Hey guys, what's going on? FYMIPON here, and welcome back to Pathfinder Kingmaker. Since we last left off, sorry, we did a bunch of edicts again. Obviously it's becoming a repetitive thing, but hopefully by the time we are done today, not only will we be finally in the Rushlight Tournament, but we will have done a lot of edicts to improve our kingdom's statistics and make ourselves ultimately a lot better. But without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens, because we have a lot ahead of us, and a lot of upgrades to handle. So yeah, we've certainly got a lot, I would imagine. But yeah, no, what we're going to be doing is we're going to get into the Rushlight Tournament today, hopefully, if the 100 days are enough. But I digress, let's get into it. If I'm not mistaken, yep. There we go. And off we go. I need to check to see if we have anything that we need to cover before we start doing edicts. But once we do start them, there is no stopping, most likely. Because once these 100 edicts are done, yeah, we're going to have a lot of room to play with, I would imagine. Alright, increase kingdom stats 60 times. Seize a territory, upgrade a region. Await the final results of the dwarves, it seems. Okay, no, we've got nothing that we need to worry about. Perfect. In that case, I'm going to go to manage kingdom affairs, because now we just gotta be patient. Alright, we've got a few new projects ahead of us. Namely, we can scout the eastern regions to uncover potential threats and points of interest. Let us have Jathal on that, I guess. Curses. Do we need to worry about that? Yeah, a little bit, but it's not that big a deal. Alright. We can improve Bartholomew's. Okay, Magister, no. Castle Strength as the Warden. Jod as the High Priest. Bartholomew, Treasurer, Castle. Yeah, we don't need to worry about Castle being the general parts. Support Grand Diplomat. Support the Minister. Jathal is currently busy, so that is not going to be an option. We can support the General if we so desire. We can support the High Priest if we wish, which will increase Divine up to 5, which is pretty good. So I'm probably going to do that, if anything. Let's see. Well, I guess I could just level up military and get that to 7. You know what? Let's do military instead. That way we have that upgraded. Then we can focus on a curse, I suppose. Let's go for a short one. We can put up the 45-day one. There we go. And we'll worry about the regions later. We will do a quick save here. Okay, now hopefully we will get the Rushlight Tournament this stream, but I honestly don't know. We'll have to see. But with that, everybody should be in position. There's 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, this is as much as we're gonna do. So, let's just get the general working. Let's see what we get as a result. Alright, general endeavors are done. Veterans are done successfully. Forgotten knowledge. And, yep, that's everything. Perfect. And because we do have the upgrade now, we can now do these in 7 days, which is much faster. Okay. What else we got? We've got general requesting for an audience. We've got a force for the elves, which is a problem. We could probably level up Keston's skills, I would assume. Actually, no. Stability is perfectly fine. What we need more is relations, actually. So the Grand Diplomat needs to go in here, even if he's got a low DC there. People's Wrath requires somebody with high skills, so Ragongar is a good choice. And we got an opportunity. So I'm thinking we replace Bartholomew here, give him an extra coin just to make success 55%. And Force for the Elves is a Keston thing. We'll get a coin, so it's a 50% chance. They're not the best rolls, but they will do for now. With that, we'll do a quick save. Well, no. Well, yeah, no. Let's do a quick save, just so we have those saved up. And let's see what the General needs us for before he's off on his own merry business. Ragongar grins contentedly. I have an idea I'd like to share with you. I'm sure it's occurred to you that we are now in control. We're the power that everyone answers to, and not only in the Stonelands. We demand respect, and those worthy of respect are worth doing business with. Profitable business. Anyways, 3 representatives of dealers in life and death have requested an audience with you. All 3 are willing to support our army. Talk to them and decide which of them we want to sign a contract with. However, we can't hire all 3. Each of them wants to be your main weapon supplier. If I were you, I'd consider Arcanimarium. Who should I make a deal with? With mages, of course. Have you seen them fight? Now that's what I call a massacre. Fireballs hurtling, ice crunching, swoosh bang. They can rip a soul right out of a body and use it as a bomb. Kaboom! Bony shrapnel flying everywhere. Blood in everyone's eyes. And then they can jump into the shadows, spread out, and sneak behind the enemy lines to finish the survivors. They surround them, cover them in a force field, and create a little explosion on the inside. And don't forget the roaring flame. All that's left is the ashes and footprints on the scorched earth. I shall talk with the ambassadors. Which of the 3? The halfling in black to start with. The halfling standing before you wears a fine black cashmere. He has a couple of strange-looking palm-sized crossbows in his waistband. His expensive attire does nothing to disguise the scars on his face and hands, or his sturdy posture. Your guest seems more accustomed to sitting in a saddle and wearing traveling clothes rather than visiting palaces, wearing expensive attire. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Captain Romello. I represent the Smoky Dawn Arms Factory in the Grand Duchy of Alkenstar. Our enterprise is prepared to provide your army with the finest weapons ever made. What exactly do you have to offer? The captain's voice grows serious. We will provide your soldiers with our weapons. Teach them how to use it and make sure the weapons are working. Believe me, each bolt shot by our crossbows will cost the enemy an equal amount of gold. I should make clear from the beginning, we're not selling the technology. Your engineers won't be permitted to repair the weapons. They're to be handled exclusively by our specialists. However, if you're interested in any of our non-weapon technologies, our craftsmen will gladly train yours. What makes you think I prefer your odd toys over time-honed magic? Because you're smart, Your Highness. Firstly, our toys are way safer, and their failure is far less dangerous than magic cast awry. Secondly, anyone with an eye and 2 hands can use our weapons. That makes things a bit simpler for you, doesn't it? Alright, what about the weapon in your waistband, then? The captain grins and passes crossbow. So you'd like to know how they are operated? What gears bring these small death machines to life? How can they rain bolts down upon my enemies without ever recharging? It's a secret. We make our living from other people's ignorance of how our weapons work. Nevertheless, I will tell you a secret about these two crossbows of mine. The left one is for normal work. I use it to kill bandits and thieves spying out on our secrets. It's loaded with ordinary bolts. The right one is for special occasions. Each of the bolts bear the name of a rascal who'd wronged me or my family. When the right one is empty, my travels on Golarion will end, and I will return to Alkenstar and find myself something else to do. Alright, tell me about your motherland. Where is it? We don't hear about it often in your domain. Alkenstar is halfway around the world. You see, magic, it doesn't work in our lands. Don't ask me why, that's a question for the researchers and historians. But we ordinary people of Alkenstar managed to turn this nuisance to the greater good. He rubs his chin. We gave up magic for the sake of science. No country can compare to Alkenstar in terms of its technological miracles. We didn't just survive. We're doing very well here, where a mage could never endure. And we are willing to share our findings with anyone willing to pay the fair price. Alright, I need to think then. Let's see the other two. Let's see the dwarf next. An unusually tall and sturdy dwarf with a shaved head bows to you. Despite the weather, his feet are bare, and he's wearing a simple vest over his naked torso. His mighty but pleasant voice fills the entire hall. Greetings, words. What'd be a good voice? Greetings, Your Highness. I am Wogda, priest of the glorious god of Kyrgyz. I believe it was not by coincidence that the road brought me and my comrades to your lands. How can you help my army? Your soldiers are brave but weak. By the will of Kyrgyz, we'll sort out your pathetic forces. My priests know how to strengthen a soldier with magic that will give them the power and speed of a mighty animal. And if that fails to protect them, our prayers will heal your warriors and restore them to perfect fighting form. Tell me about your god. Kyrgyz was a Taldan villager of remarkable figure. He traveled around the world, visited by trade fairs, took part in every competition and show, and always won. It's only natural that everyone was jealous. His rivals set up a trap for him during a competition. He died, giving life to protect the other participants, but his glory lived on even after death. Few mortals deemed worthy of joining his godly host, and Kyrgyz was among them. What is your church? Our church is young, and we don't have an established hierarchy yet. We wander from town to town, healing the diseased, mentoring the weak and the sick, teaching them how to harness their own powers, inspiring those who are able to reach beyond their own boundaries. We do not build temples, for we believe our bodies are the temples. A tent in the field, that's all we need. It disgusts Kyrgyz when people cripple themselves, so reject alcohol and stupefying potions. I shall prohibit these among your soldiers. The spirit grows stronger than a mighty body. Kyrgyz dislikes foul play, so cheating is also illegal. You look outlandish. Where have you come from? Well, thank you. I wish you could meet my grandfather. He was a real hero, stately and noble. Myself, I'm merely a mere peasant from a small village on unclaimed land. I was once a fighter. However peaceful I may be, I am still very passionate. When it comes to wrestling, I can even best you, though now I'm a priest as well. Okay, let us talk with the sorceress then, who Ragungar mentioned. A sturdy, middle-aged woman with practical gray attire bows to you. You can tell by the numerous strings and laces on her neck that she's wearing quite a number of amulets under her robe. Her hair is short and cropped. First Familia Reticula at your service, Your Highness. Reporting for negotiations on behalf of the Wand Brigade, graduates of the Arcanimarian. What do you have to offer for my troops? Our experience. You're hiring the Wands Brigade, an independent squad of mages, not merely as soldiers but as advisors and trainers for your other troops. Each of us not only possess magic, but also have extensive combat experience. What's more important, we know when and how to use it. We're not theoretarians or professors, Your Highness. We're arcane practitioners, combat specialists, and frontline workers. We're willing to share our knowledge with your military mages. Your title is very unusual. Every member of our brigade is an Arcanicarium graduate. We each have combat experience and a desire to build a mercenary career. We've been preparing to accept your orders since we entered the Wands Brigade. What is this Arcanium so famous for? It is the oldest, biggest, and most prestigious arcane academy in Absalom. It's very influential. Students come from all over the world to master the arts of magic. Mind you, this school is tuition-free. They teach both magic and practical skills, both of which are certainly useful for combat mages. For instance, if you've learned to summon enraged monsters, it might also be a good idea to learn to run fast. Alright. Let's go with Ragongar's option then. Okay. Either way, we're going to suffer some BP loss, but we will get an army, so I'm going to go with the Arcanicarium. Yeah. Let's go with the mages. You can get a decent education in the Arcanicarium. They don't just teach the books, but also how to use your legs and hold a weapon. The result will be a well-rounded warrior, which is good. A well-rounded warrior is pretty nice. Alright, but that's all that was resolved, so that's good. Do we need to worry about anything else? It doesn't look like it. Yep, we're pretty much good. We just gotta wait for the final results there. 150 days until the next attack. Okay. Good to note. Alright, General's Endeavors, Magister's Endeavors, let's see. We can support anyone we really want to at this point. Rank up, economy. We could set up a trade agreement with Galt now that we have the time. It'll take 30 days though if we do this, so I'm not sure if we should. We can settle up a curse, so we'll get Octavia on that, I guess. Get some more Divine and Arcane. There we go. We could claim some lands as well. Get Dunsword and all that other jazz. We can also set up the Horse Breeding Center for 7 days. Let's get Valerie, and we'll take 7 days to claim Dunsword. Let's claim as much land as we can. Or at least that's the hope. Alright, first Dunsword. Solid. There we go. We now have land in Dunsword, which is nice. Alright. Okay. How successful is everything? Pretty successful. Okay. Now we have a choice here. We can either set up somewhere in Dunsword. Well, do we need to set up anywhere particular in Dunsword? I think just having a centralized region is pretty good, so we'll build up over here. Alright, Plainsguard has been made. Let us enter and let's start building up some areas here. It's a straight up village, so that's going to be nice. Alright, we get a teleportation circle as a staple. We'll get a wooden wall next. There we go. Wooden wall. Let's see. How's our stats looking? We're going to want to establish more espionage, culture, and arcane, it seems. Our focus should be culture or espionage. Both would be viable here. Alright, in that case, first let's get the stocks, so that way we get +1 in this region. We also want the bulletin board. What else do we need? We need something for espionage, mainly. Tannery would be nice to get BP, so we'll hold off on... Well, we can get the tannery here, I guess. That'll get more BP at the cost of community and loyalty, which is fine. Alright, let's see. What else we got? +1 to espionage when adjacent to a barracks. I think what we go with is we get... we go with 3 taverns and 2 barrackses. Either that or we arrange something else. Stability... Yeah, we don't need stability, so... We'll go with 3 taverns so we can get 3 espionage in addition to the longhouse bonuses for relations. So relations will boost up by 3, espionage will boost up by 3, in addition to anything else. So... Let's get 101. And let us build the longhouse here. Let us build the barracks in the corner, I guess. Let's get 200 just to be safe. That way we can purchase these with ease. And now we get the cheap taverns. There we go. And with those taverns, we should get a solid boost of espionage. Alright, that'll be 1 town. And we're probably going to need the same exact thing later on. Okay, that's a region thing. Let's see, what else is there? There's training grounds, bread and circuses, fish farm, jewelry center. Okay, the hungry vassal problem. Tristan, we'll get you on that. It's a 61% chance to succeed, so we'll grab that. We'll do a quick save. And let's see, what can we do here? There's a trade agreement that we can grab. So I guess we're gonna... No, that's a bit too costly, so we'll hold off on that. Curses, we'll have to wait. But we can rank up somebody else. We could probably rank up Jathal and get her to 4, if we wish. We could also level up the treasurer. I think that's probably for the best because we are losing 1 BP due to low economy. So let's get Jubolist up to 7. Let's do a quick save. And just hope that nothing else needs to be filled while we're waiting. Alright, there we go. That'll give success. Alright, that's 2 successes for the requests here. A trail of daring Lorik. Adventurers are gathering... Okay. Yeah, our stability is really nice. Yeah, no, espionage boosted up, stability boosted up nicely. Yeah, no, that was the right choice here. That does leave this here, though, so we need to decide. Are we gonna... I think for here we want... Yeah, we'll get Jubolist on this. There we go. Treasurer requires attention. Let's go check and see what he needs. Or wants, rather. What's up, buddy? Your Highness, an ambassador of trade union in Daggermark have arrived at your court. The union is asking for permission to trade in our domain. They are willing to pay a generous fee. It's worth considering those who are dealing with, or who we are dealing with. In Daggermark, your power and privilege depends directly upon the weight of your coin purse. whereas leaders in other countries often superstitiously act as profiteers and bandits. It's thorough profiteering and banditry that rules Daggermark's rise to power, and to be clear, the city's thriving. I often hear praise of the intelligence and business acumen of Daggermark citizens, but never any praise of their honesty or ethical perspective. It's up to you to decide what you make deals with, but I don't mind playing this little business game we've been offered. Well, it's a trade agreement. It would boost up loyalty. Oh no, it actually loses quite a bit of stuff, doesn't it? Let's go with it. Let's do it. It's a brave choice. We'll see what this risky cooperation brings us. I guess we will, won't we? Find the villains hunting the miners. What? I'm sorry, what? Someone has been hunting the members of Dree Stingvag's dwarven mining crew. Whenever a worker is left alone or leaves the camp by himself, he disappears. Okay, that's not good. Jathal, maybe you handle that. Alright, that's going to take 29 days, but considering it'll help the espionage stat, it's better to use her here. Alright, we can support the treasurer's endeavors if we can, but we can't right now. It provides 10 BP per week, but reduces income by 1 for each rank of stability and espionage below 10. Wait, hold on. Provides 10 BP per week, but reduces income by 1. What does it mean by income? For each rank of stability and espionage below 10. Okay, so if stability and espionage are really low, then it's pretty bad, so instead of it being 10 BP per week, it's... So stability is currently 3, and espionage is 3, so... Trade agreement with Daggermark is currently not profitable. It's only gonna make a negative. Trade agreement with Galt is fine. Let's see. We could get Bartholomew on Galt, but I'm gonna abstain from that. Let's just focus on building a town. We'll get Valerie on that, because that'll help upgrades, I'm sure. We can upgrade treasure, stability, we can... Okay, that's fine. Alright, who are we ranking up this time? We could upgrade the Regent, which is not a go-to. Warden is a viable option. Curator is good. Upgrading Curator is basically Culture to 5, I guess. Grand Diplomat could also be leveled. I'm going to go with Grand Diplomat because he kind of is useful in certain circumstances. We will do a quick save. And I think this should be fine. Yeah, we will only go through one edict, it seems, which is good. Alright, let's see how successful we are. Triumph. Perfect. That's perfectly fine with me. Alright, there is an eclipse apparently. We'll get Valor on that. It's a 50% chance, so that's fine. Alright, get Valerie on that. Grand Diplomat wants to talk. We can strengthen Bartholomew's skills as a diplomat. So we'll just give him the buff. There we go. That will help him get to a 20, I think. Although I'm not sure specifically how it helps, but we'll see. We'll see. We can rank up the Curator in general if we so desire at this point. But I think what we want to do is we want to upgrade our Or we want to upgrade economy to 10 first, before we consider anything else. But that's besides the point. Let's go see the Grand Diplomat. Your Highness, the hypocrites of Kionan dare criticize your government. They are encouraging the elves who live by your mercy to throw off their allegiance to you, forego their taxes, and desert the country. It is revolting. Worse still, there are experienced craftsmen and talented mages among them. If we allow them to flee, it will be a heavy blow for both our economy and our reputation. We must stem the flow of refugees before it's too late. Closing the borders wouldn't help. The elves will continue to plot their escape. Meanwhile, refusing to work for the good of the kingdom. The very idea of deserting the country must be shattered completely. We could order the curator to paint Kionan as the bloody tyrants that they are. But in the meantime, we should order the warden to raid the city and arrest every troublemaker who talks of leaving. There must be no dissonance. That is true. We don't exactly want that happening. Oh. Alright, thank you. You may continue your work, Emo. 1 second. Alright, well, it seems life stuff is calling me, so unfortunately I'm going to have to take a 5-minute break. But once I return, we will continue on with the Edicts. Hopefully by the time we are back, we should have them done, but it's going to take a while, so give me a second. See you guys in 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back, and let's get back into things. Let's see. Now, if I were to recall correctly, yeah, we're just going back into Edicts and just keep going from there. Alright, the Exodus to Keonan. Let's see. We're going to want Ragunga on this, and because it is a... well, no, we can make it a 65% chance, it's fine. Alright, let's see. Who else do we want to level up? General's fine. Let's level up the Curator, so Storyteller's next. Do a quick save. Preferably, I want to save the Warden Endeavor, because he helps with stability. But at the point in time that we reach level 5 plus with Espionage, then it might be reasonable to get the Daggermarked Edict, because it's a very specific edict that you need to maximize first. Well, specifically need to maximize stability and espionage first, before you can take it. Alright, Curator's Endeavors. Otherwise, the Trade Edict's basically a net negative for you. Alright. The Trail of Daring... okay, yep, no, that's a success. Is there any other issues? The Missing Ambassador, which requires Jathal or Valerie. Either would work. We'll probably get Valerie on that when we get the chance. Going south is an opportunity that requires one of our two individuals to be there. Let's see. Going south, XII. XII. Okay, so we need Valerie here more than anything. We could get Jubolist here if we're willing to wait 21 days for him. Although, that said, I could just spend 7 days and just apply them later on. So that is also an option for me. We'll level up the Storyteller while he's, while we're being patient. Let's see. What about our regions? Or rather, go to the map. Let's see, who can we level up? I think we level up the Shambling Steppes because it's closer. But theoretically we can go with anyone, and it would be fine. I'll level up the Shambling Steppes. There's no reason to not, after all. There we go. Now we can upgrade things if so we see fit. I guess I could hold off, though, if I so desire. Let's see, what do we need? We need most... first... okay, so we need Espionage, obviously, so... Goblin Quarters is just going to be a natural choice. Because +3, that's pretty good. Alright, what else have we got available for us? Well, we got Teleportation Circle, Stocks, Longhouse. Okay. Well, what would we need? Stability would be a courthouse, which we don't need. We could get an exotic garden. Let's see, hold on. An exotic garden, +1... it gives us some arcane buff, which is nice. But really the espionage is the key thing that we want, mostly. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. Fort. +1 espionage when located in a settlement with a watchtower. We currently don't have a watchtower, we have a tannery. But that can be rearranged if we so desire. +1 to military in a settlement with a garrison, and +1 to stability in a settlement with a jail. Yeah, we're probably not going to be leveling up these things just yet, so let's just hold off for now. Alright, we've got 7. Alright, let's just do a quick save. as we can't organize anything just yet, but we can arrange something in the immediate future soon. But for now, let us just support the treasurer. And let's go. We'll get the treasurer up high and mighty. There we go. A nice boost to his statistics. Wait, what was that? What is Jubolists thing? Hold on. There was something that showed up for a second there. I don't know. Alright, whatever. Alright, the edict there completed, which is good. Okay. We've got penitence next. That is a 31% chance. We can get a crisis point on that, I guess. Going south requires Jubolist. And the missing ambassador requires Valerie. So there we go. There we go. And penitence, 55% chance. Might as well. Let's go with it. Treasurer requests our attention. Alright, let's go to the throne room, see what they need. Man, this is a lot of edicts, though, to cover, which is annoying. At least you got tons of time to work, though. Your citizens are grateful to you, Stephen Armstrong. Thanks to you, their pockets are filled. Strange that it's not me they're thanking. Now that you're a true king, why don't we start producing coins with your face on them? For the record, this is the way of us to get our own currency at our disposal, which will have a positive impact on the markets due to inflation. You're not listening to me, are you? I'll put it simply. Producing coins does have a price, but it will pay off over time. Sure, why not? Let's mint coins. Jubolist nods approvingly. Everything is already in motion. Your decision was so obvious that it hadn't even occurred to me to delay the preparations. Good. Alright, Vulcan gives a potion. Let's just get alchemical items, man. I appreciate the potions. I prefer the items. Okay. We got Weaver's Chainmail. Let's get something chainmail natured. Why not? Let's just focus on chainmail again. Alright. Alright, there we go. Nice. Kind of surprised they don't focus on their masterpiece and just give handouts over and over again, but I guess that's just how they be. Alright, that's 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. The treasurer's endeavors have been already supported. That does leave the counselor and the high priest available for us. We could probably get the high priest on curses again. That's honestly how we've been doing it, though, so far anyways. What do we want to support or see? Armagh or Candlemere? Let's go with Candlemere. It's 100 BP effort, so it's nice. It's 60 days worth, but hey. Minting coins. Provides 1 BP per day for each 1,000 BP in the treasury. Up to 5 BP per day. This is going to be a good one once we start getting BP in abundance that we don't need. But considering how much BP we use a day, that's kind of going to be hard to not spend. But we'll see. We'll see. Alright. High Priest is unavailable now, but we can get Tristan work. So let's save the game. And let's start leveling up loyalty again. And by that point, our general should be free, so we could probably level him up next, I guess. But I digress. That is yet another thing. Oh, that's not good. Okay, worried. Alright. Why is our kingdom worried? Negative current BP or Oh. Hold on. This can be an easy fix. But to give a rough idea, there's a specific event that goes on. We just need to get 500 BP in our treasury. And from there, let us go. There's a reason I'm doing it this way. Okay, Triumph. There we go. But yeah, no, you lose a lot of BP as a result. Usually I find it's like 300 to 500 BP, but still not good. Alright, Brazen Thieves. These people have stolen from the treasury, obviously. Going south is still an opportunity that we have to address. The walls have ears. There's also a problem. Okay, we've got quite a bit of problems popping up now. Okay, we got 4, 7... Okay, we can support the Grand Diplomat, so Bartholomew is going to be next in line. Or we could support the General. It depends on what we have here. Alright, Bartholomew goes there. And the General can't go anywhere else, so... Let's just do a quick save. There we go. We'll get Bartholomew on this Crisis of the Wall Has Ears. We will focus on the General's upgrade here. And from there, I guess we're good. Let's do a quick save just to make sure we're, all set up. Do we need anything else? Not really. We just need to keep ranking up. So, yeah. Let's level up Rugongar next. Deal with the Druids, which apparently is an issue. Alright, Nature's Wrath, the Missing Ambassador. Penitence has failed, though. I should reload to make sure everything is a success there. So let's reload, and let's just hope for these successes. Because the more we get, the more stats are increased. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. That is something to be satisfied about now. Okay. Brazen Thieves. Jathal or Keston is really a good choice here. I'm gonna go with Keston specifically for this for now. Alright, we're gonna get two. We'll get 1 crisis point on that. Visitors from another world. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna want a storyteller on this problem. There, it's a 100% chance, so that's good. Tracking of a wild beast, 70% is perfectly fine. And our general quest an audience. And with these 7-day things, we should be good soon. Alright, let's save the Rushlight Tournament thing. And let's go to the throne room, see what's going on. And of course deal with these Brazen Thieves on the side, because that's not nice. Rugongar looks a little banged up and he smells like smoke. Senator Armstrong, you know me. I would never cause alarm for no good reason. But right now I'm telling you, there's unrest brewing in your army's ranks. And it's not even proper conspirators, no. It's just the regular idiots. 2 of our commanders are bursting with ambition. Both of them have outgrown their current positions. They're always challenging each other, and setting their scores by stirring up our soldiers. Officer Chevold insists that our infantry, the vanquisher of Numeria, rules the open field. Commander Zephyr argues that only mages truly understand the art of battle, and the infantry are farmhands and mud-beaters. You can imagine where this had led, to constant fighting amongst the ranks. At first I just watched and laughed, but now it's not funny anymore. The lads are so wound up they're going to start killing each other. The fighting has to be stopped. Divide the army too. I'll take the command of half. The new general, Zifa, will command the other. She's the leader of the mages. She's still green for now, but she's got potential. I'll put infantry officer Chevold under her command. He's a sword master from Beauvois. That's what makes him think he can bully her. Promoting her to be his immediate commander will force him to calm down. Okay. So you either choose appointing a warrior to the post or a mage. Well, it's your deputy, you decide. Good choice. A warrior needs a body that's tough enough to face the enemy on the front lines, and a head that's small enough to do it without fear. Mages are smart and craftier. Zifa is your best option. As it should be. You're the one leading the army after all, man. And technically I don't think that's my decision anyways. But hey. Alright, he's just giving more items, which is good. We got Hunter's Blessing as a plus. Alright. First and foremost, before we run anywhere soon, I do believe that we got a issue to address. Yes, the Nature's Wrath. Okay. We need to deal with the Druids, who are dealing with miners, before we do anything specific. And we can support our general's endeavors just eventually, but not right now. It's going to cost us 230 BP, but it provides the general with a bonus for resolving any situation. The amounts of the bonus depend on the kingdom's arcane rank, specifically. For ranks 1 and 4, which is currently us, okay, so there's no bonus for ranks 1 and 4. We are currently rank 4, so we won't get a bonus. But if we can get our arcane up a bit more, then it should be fine. So we basically need to level him, we need to level up the arcane a bit. So I guess we will start focus on Octavia and her growth. But that is for a time soon into the near future, I would assume. Alright, Minister. We should definitely level up Jathal next, I think. Octavia can wait, I guess? Because we certainly do need more espionage leveled up, honestly. Because our stats are due to an upgrade. Let's do a quick save. But before anything we go through, we should definitely focus on leveling well, not leveling things, but we need to deal with that issue that that the miners are dealing with. We should definitely help them. First and foremost, after all. Before we go, actually, Storyteller. Are any worth a story? Ah, a new story. Tell me about the Forsaken Tomb.
I hear the wind howling over the wastelands of Glenabon, the whispering of the grass, the distant sounds of thunder. I hear the music and laughter. I smell the smoke of bonfires and roasting meat. The big feast is coming, but my heart is filled with anxiety. I'm Arda of the Tiger Lords. I'm a chieftain of part of a clan that's been guarding Great Armag's tomb for over 1,000 years now. Once every 3 years, our youth ventures into the tomb to test themselves, prove themselves worthy as adults in the tribe. The tomb is full of deadly traps. We've all undergone this test, but we've all also had friends who didn't come back. Today, my daughter has gone underground. I'm trying to stay calm. I was the one who trained her after all, but the long wait still gnaws at my soul like a wild beast. Are the young tribe members supposed to make it to Armag's burial chamber? Not at all. Only a handful of people have managed to get that far throughout the ages. Completing
initiation requires only making it to the stairway on to the second floor. Of course, what warrior doesn't crave extra glory? There's always daredevils who will risk their lives to make it farther. I was one myself, and I paid the price for it. No, that's not entirely true. I made it back from the tomb alive and well. It was some of my peers who paid the price for my relentless courage and never made it back. Tell me about your clan. The Tiger Lords are the strongest tribe in all of Numeria. We're feared everywhere, from the hold of Belkazin to the hills of Nomen. My clan has a special honor. We're the guardians of Great Armstrong's tomb. It's a unique, glorious mission. What's wrong? Are you unhappy with your clan's posting? Good observation. This lofty mission has turned our clan into honorable outcasts. We try to avoid as much contact with the outside world, even our own kin, as possible. We spent centuries roaming around the tomb, guarding the secret of its location. And once every 3 years we send our youth down there, and every time someone is maimed or killed. And for what? How much longer do the living need to serve an old dead man? Of course, I would never say this where my tribesmen could hear it. These sorts of thoughts are treacherous. But if I could free my clan from this honorable slavery, I would without a moment's hesitation. Please continue. Torchlights flicker in the dark hall doorway. They're alive. They've returned. Only through great effort do I maintain my calm exterior, as a decent chieftain should. But as they come out of the light, oh, Gorham, without further thought of dignity, I rush towards them. They're wounded, exhausted. They carry 3 of their fellows on their shoulders. My daughter is among those being carried. She's alive. Thank all the good God she's alive. I can't hold back my tears as I see her weak smile twisted with pain. But her right arm looks like a burnt branch, all black and charred. My daughter will never be able to wield the sword again, and 2 of our friends will never open their eyes again. It's a rarity when the rite of initiation doesn't turn the greatest feat into someone's funerary feast. The damned tomb keeps devouring our children. No, in reality it's devoured our whole clan. My daughter says she wanted to reach the burial chamber, so to speak, and speak with Zorik, but she failed the test of pain. I wonder what I would say to the spirit if I were to reach him. Shout in his face the names of all those who never left his tomb, maybe? Or perhaps beg him to release our clan from this eternal guard. But no. No, I fear I wouldn't have anything at all to say to him. Can't your tribe's clerics heal your daughter's arm? Maybe back in Numeria there are clerics powerful enough. Not here. I'll send an emissary to request the aid of the healer powerful enough to help her, but they'll probably refuse. We're supposed to make as little contact with the outer world as we can. The secret of the tomb's location is greater than all. Does everyone in your clan know the tomb's location? No. Its exact location is known only to the chieftain and a few select elders. We roam the region, and once every 3 years, we bring our youngsters here blindfolded. Okay, continue. The scouts bring alarming news. The Taldan army is headed this way from the south. They've already passed Kionin, and they're advancing towards Numeria now. Our brothers and sisters from across the region are gathering to fight off the invaders. Everyone is nervous. Only I seem to feel any relief. In his explicable mercy, Gorham has sent us to war. No one would blame us if, to aid our motherland, we left our post in the tomb. And then, I'll do everything in my power to ensure the secret of its location is lost forever. I stare at the Numerian emissary. He's so young. I could be his mother. Oh. He's brought orders from the Tiger Lord's chieftain. Our clan is to stay here and guard Armag's tomb. I already know what I must do, and for the first time in decades, my fingers tremble. My dagger pierces the emissary's heart. I see confusion in his eyes as they cloud over. Forgive me, boy. You never made it here. You were lost on the road, disappeared without trace. The orders you carried never reached us. My crime is inexcusable, and I'll gladly pay for it. I will do my best not to linger on this world. I'll find a decent way to die as soon as I make certain that no one remains who knows the exact location of the tomb. But my clan will never return here again. Never. The storyteller bows his head. As you know, Arda was successful. Her clan rejoined the rest of the tribe, and once the Taldans were gone, the secret of the tomb's location was lost for many, many centuries. How did the war with the Taldans end? It ended with nothing. The Taldans went not to conquer, but to explore and make maps. The Second Army of Exploration traveled throughout the River Kingdoms, walked around the Lake Inthrin, and reached the hold of Belkazin, before returning home. But at its start, the expedition looked like a real threat, and the Numerians made preparations to fight them off. What happened to Arda's daughter? Numerian clerics were able to heal her arm. She traveled far, cloaking herself in glory across multiple battles, spanning from the hold of Belkazin to the hills of Nomen, before dying with honor while fighting the Cyclopses. Thank you for the story. Right. Is there any shards that we can scrounge up? Restore the armor of the saber-toothed courage, please. Okay. Century by century, eon by eon, the Numerian tribes went to war, without fear, without doubt, submitting themselves to Goron's will, and their own thirst for glory. This armor is much older even than Armagh himself. The ancient Armagh, that is, the one who once challenged Pharasma. What can this artifact tell us? I will infuse it with a piece of my gift, and it will reveal its story. And with that, we've got a new piece of armor. Price in descending order. Tiger's Stripes. +5 armor that grants the wearer's ability to turn into a simoleon at will. While in this form, their natural weapons give +5 enchantment bonus. Okay. That's interesting. So basically you become a tiger. Well, a prehistoric tiger, I should say specifically. We've got a bunch of items. Oh, +5 holy crossbow. I'm sorry, what? +5 holy competent longbow grants the wielder +4 sacred bonus to dexterity. That's amazing. It's not as damaging, but geez, that's crazy. It's a composite enchantment holy bow. You know what? Let's take off these, and let's actually get the hunter's bow. It's not as good, but it does give a +2 to dex, which is pretty interesting. Actually no. It'd be good if I give that to a ranged character, so I think the Devourer of Metal we remove. Yeah, so if we go to here, we remove the Devourer of Metal, and we will swap it for the bow here. For a nice 25, jeez. That's an interesting weapon. Devourer of Metal. Yeah, no, we'll move that. Okay. Price in descending order. Okay, interesting. Armor. We could give him the Tiger Stripes. There's the Weaver's Chainmail, which is alright. Raging Bulwark, no. No, okay. But we do have a lot of things we can sell before we go into the tourney. But before that, let's just get going, because we've got ourselves a target to deal with. We have bigger targets to fry on the pan. Alright, where do we need to go? We need to go to the Druids' Refuge. So the fastest way would be to go to Trade Guard. So let us teleport there. Boop. If we go south, then we can go around the river here. And we should be able to get to the Druids Refuge rather easily. There we go. And we can cross here if we wish, so that's an option. But before that, let's deal with the Druids Refuge. Then we'll go from there. Alright, let us buff up real quick. Alright, I assume there's going to be a fight. It's not going to be a dangerous one. But I should at least give Barkskin to everybody, I think. Okay, Samuel, Mistral, and himself. I guess I'll also Mage Armor Compson as well. Not that I need to, but it's just there. We'll use Shield.
I'll take care of it.
We'll use Mutagen Strength. And we will shield up. There we go. And for Mistral, we'll just use Shield of Faith 5 times, and then we're good to go. I don't need to go too crazy on the buffs here. There we go, and 5. There we go. Done. Now let's go see where these druids are. You. A girl in a dusty robe is staring at you with clenched fists. You're the one who thinks they're the ruler of these lands. Why are you here? Did you want to head a greedy mob and clear yourselves a road to bounty? You're not very polite. Polite? You and your minions bring only pain and misery to these lands. You decided to come in person to crush us. So you and your gang can continue injuring the earth and the mountains. Shameless, vile, disgusting murderers. That's what you are. Stop yelling and explain what greedy mob you're talking about. The girl tries to catch a breath, but gasps with rage at your words. I'm talking about the mob you let into these lands. The little bearded men who think they can grab whatever they want. The dwarves that came to you. Didn't you think to wonder why they walked such a long way? I'll tell you why. They're locusts. They come to an innocent land and rip it apart like a dead body. They rip up the mountains, mutilate the fields, cut down the forests, all for profit, for the unborn children that the earth was carrying under its covers. Is it not enough the earth freely gives? The ores and gold that lie on the ground? Why would your subjects want to completely consume all of our natural resources? They wound the earth so deeply, it will take centuries to heal. Alright, well, who are you first? We're the one who protects the lands against vandals like you and your dwarves. We are followers of Gosra. Okay. Okay. What has the mining crew done to you specifically? They have come from other lands they've devastated only to mutilate this country too. They use their contracts with the authorities to gut the bowels of the earth and destroy anything that stands in their way. And they get away with it. The dwarven miners can hardly be causing as much damage as you say. When the earth is torn apart, it suffers greatly. Once it loses its strength, water and wind finish the job. Do you know that dwarves uncovered an acidic stream that poisoned several nearby creeks? Did you know that their ore-rinsing elixirs burn the grass and turn good, rich soil into lye? I'm sure you didn't. All that people like you can see is the gold they pay for in the mountain treasures. Just think about it for a minute. What's to become of your land when the children's children inherit it? What will they be getting? A green country that's full of life, or a dead wasteland that's empty like an eggshell? What have you done with the lost miners? They came to deliver pain, and it's pain they shall receive. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What shall the people of Stolands do? We can't live without metal. She clasps her hands. Aren't the hillside deposits enough? Why gut the earth? While other sources of ore, which it uncovered freely, have yet to be depleted. There's already more than enough for you and all your kingdom. You know what? Enough of this nonsense. Leave my lands before I change my mind and send you to the scaffolds. Her eyes fill with tears as she gasps and turn away. I'm ready to die, but I can't risk the lives of my brothers and sisters. You and your dwarves can burn in hell. Okay, so you guys may not have seen it, but I just got the Friend of Many achievement. Of all things. That's hilarious. Yes, I'm a friend of many. Apparently. That's glorious. That's nice. Alright, well, I guess I am a friend of many. Alright, let's see. They've got a few back, so I can grab those, I guess. Yoink. Yoink. Well, I won't be killing you today, but if you do cause trouble, I guess we can deal with you later. But hey. Yeah, deforestation at its finest. In our kingdom, law is the utmost. And even if I look like the villain, I'm going to state what I say. I gotta keep the law in mind, but I also gotta keep in mind that everybody is different. Alright, let's go back to Varnhold. No, not Varnhold. We need to go back to... Where is it? Shambling Steppes? Nope. We need to go back to Tussdale. There we go. Do we have anything else we need to do before we settle into doing edicts again? We've got 108 days before the new attack happens, but otherwise no quests. Annexation, how to build... Okay, so we just need to keep claiming lands. That's fine. Alright, let us go to the throne room, I guess. I think we're fine. We don't need to go into town for anything. No reason to. But hey, we resolved that situation pretty quickly, so that's good. And it seems like we got another thing. Alright. Thank you. Alright. New Kingdom stuff. Let's do this. Alright, if I do recall correctly, we wanted to level up espionage this time around. I've got 6 days for the others to finish their stuff, but in the meantime, I can get Octavia on Tartuk's questionable thing. So we'll level up that. Let's see, anything else that we can do? We can level up Dunsword, Silver Shield Fortress. Nothing too special. I guess we could get Horse Breeding Center and increase speed of our travels, but for now, no. Instead, we're going to support the Minister and get her... We're going to get her stats up now. Alright, let's do it. Alright. For that, we now have Minister's Endeavor sorted. Perfect. Brazen Thieves are not good, though. Okay, so we failed those edicts, so we're going to reload. As we usually do. And reattempt it. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Success, success, success. Perfect. That is what we want to see. That does leave us with some more edicts to worry about, but that is something we can worry about later. Minister demands our attention. We've got the Power of Blood problem. Or rather, hold on. It's an opportunity, actually. So we'll get Jubolist on that. No, wait, we need Jubolist, though. Nuts. We'll hold off on that edict for now. We want to get Jubolist up in economy. Let's see. Who do we set in Sentinel? I guess we can get Keston on that. No, it's a 10% chance with Keston. We need to get Tristan on that. Okay. Minister demands our attention. I guess we can do that first. Let's see what the Minister has for us. Then we'll go from there. Gralton found out that we were involved in their spies' deaths. They only had themselves to blame, but they've twisted their anger towards us. Grabbed our people and thrown them in jail. They're looking to torture valuable information out of them, as if we would sit by and watch them succeed, that is. These captives must die before they meet their executioner. They were valuable once, but now they're a dangerous liability. Of course, if you felt you had an obligation to these people, you could attempt to release them by force. But I dislike that option. Gralton might accept a ransom, but we'd be showing weakness. Alright. Well, let them be silenced forever. Their captives will find a peaceful death. Let Gralton consider this. We don't spare our own people, so we're not likely to show greater mercy on them. We get 2 espionage, but we lose 50 BP, but we can support the Minister's endeavors as a result. So that is another edict for them. Alright, let's manage affairs and go from there. Okay, the Power of Blood. We'll have to hold off on that. We'll get Tristan on this one. And we're going to want to upgrade our Treasurer. And once he's done leveling up, then we can focus on something else. Training Grounds. Okay. This region's military, stability, and espionage scores increased by 2 for each other region with military upgrades. That would be nice, I think. I'll hold off for now, because that would require me to be involved in that upgrade, so we'll hesitate on that for now. Curses. We do have this, but that is going to require harem for that, so we'll keep that in mind. Alright. I can upgrade some things. Provide general with a bonus. Okay, Arcane Mastery is not going to be useful. We could get Minting Coin. It's only beneficial if we have a high BP rating in our abilities currently, but we don't have that available ability just yet. Dagger Mark is a disadvantageous edict. So I guess, let's see. Treasurer, no. Nope, let's just rank up our Treasurer and then go from there. Do a quick save. Let's see. Power of Blood. If we can handle one of these edicts before time, which it's probably not going to happen, yeah. But we'll just do Jubolist thing. There we go. Okay. That is 9. And no issues come to play. Aside from the shipwreck and all that, though. Okay, court intrigue is a problem. We've got Jthal on the duty. We can get a coin on that. Alright, the shipwreck is another issue that we will have to address. I guess Bartholomew would be a good choice because it increases relations. Our stability is way too fine. So we'll keep Bartholomew on that. We'll get Jthal on the problem so we can level her up. The Power of Blood expires in Abydos at 1, so we can actually wait 7 more days because that'll bring it to 29. So that's really convenient. So we could actually level up our economy to 10 at this rate. So that's good. I know why you applied such effort, Stephen Armstrong. Why you turned this wasteland into an advanced, wealthy, and prosperous state. And today you will hear the words you've been striving for all this time. I'm proud of you. Jubolist chuckles contentedly. I'm only joking, of course, although there is much that commands respect. When you came to power, you didn't dismiss all the Staglord's larcenous servants and governors, but organized them into a working system. As a result, the country under your governance is now thriving. We managed to fill the treasury. Overflow it, in fact. Literally. The abundance of gold in the royal treasury has caused our subjects to develop a nasty disease, greed. Or rather, a nasty disease, greed, causing an acute inflammation of envy. Take my advice. Invite a famous weather mage from Absalon to the capital. I've heard his lectures. He's a true harvest-saving expert. He'll protect the crops against floods and drought. Another option is to send our gifted youth abroad for study. On the other hand, if we harbor less than noble intentions, we might set up a few trade offices in the neighboring countries to serve as cover for your agents. Well, it would protect against drought and issues against that, but let's invite Weather Mage, why not? Perfect! Finally I have some time to talk to. I mean, academically. Ah, so that's the reason. Well, I mean, a Weather Mage is alright. Alright, keep at it, Varusk. Keep making me gear, so I can just sell it all in a bulk. Unless it's useful. Okay. Before we do anything else, I think it's in our best interest to just level up Jubolists to the max. And just get economy up to a straight 10. So that way we can just settle on that. Let's do a quick save. Here we go. Training. Bartholomew. Mager doesn't need to be trained as a treasurer, so we'll leave that alone. Minting coins can wait, as we want to focus on the treasurer's endeavors. So we'll do a quick save, I think. The events are perfectly fine as is. Alright, let's get Jubolist up to rank 10. Or at least the treasurer station to rank 10. That way we don't have to worry about economy for any time. Or any immediate amount of time. Alright. Economy is the maximum rank you can get, or rather... Let me explain some things. First and foremost, having ranks, it's led up to a maximum of 10. Once you hit 10, you're basically good for life. You don't need to upgrade economy anymore, and it's going to be golden for the near future. This is a good thing because economy at 10 can allow all of your other places to actually work fully functionally. So that means I don't need to worry too much about anything else. Alright, we'll get Valerie on that. It's a 50% chance. We'll get Jubolist finally on the opportunity. We're going to need Valerie on this. It is a problem. It's a 50% chance to fail, but a 50% chance to succeed. Jubolist gets that. A counselor awaits in the throne room, so give me a sec, and let's save, and we'll go from there. Alright, let's see what they want in the throne room, the counselor. Tristan looks at you worried but unafraid. Stephen Armstrong, your life is in danger. The merchants are angry with you for protecting your subjects against their plots, and now they conspire against you. Luckily, the people are loyal to you, and one of your loyal servants reported this treacherous or treasonous outrage. We must make up our minds how to prevent this attack and neutralize the conspirators. One option is to entrust your treasurer with bribing some of them. Another is to order your minister to eliminate the traitors in secret, but that's more their style, not ours. There's not enough time to call in the troops, but if your regent addresses the people, your faithful people will rally around you. Ah, a merchant conspiracy, I see. Well, it was bound to happen. Not unexpected, all things considering. Alright, let's see. We need to do this before Calistral 2. I think it's in our best interest to use Jthal for this, but that is just my opinion. Let's see, we've got 5 here, 2 here, so 7. Alright, who can we support? We can support either the Warden or we can support the General. I think it's in our best interest because the General is currently on standby to focus on him. Alternatively, I could just focus him on Arcane Mastery, which would take 14 days anyways, and it would give us a reason to start spending some BP. Besides, once we get our Arcane up higher, it's going to give a bonus to Ragongar anyways, so yeah, let's do that. We'll actually level up the Warden today. We are still stable, of course, but still, it never hurts to have him leveled up. Alright, let's level up the Warden. There we go. And finally, 0. There we go. And that's that. Alright, our stability is now at 4, Espionage 4, Arcane and Divine 4. Nice. That'll work. Ward needs our advice, and Nok Nok is confused. We will get Jthal on this. We'll give her 2 coins to succeed at the Merchant Conspiracy, because her espionage leveling up is quite vital. Do we want to spend 3? No, let's just spend 2. It's not a complete victory here, but it's perfectly fine. Regions, guard headquarters. For any problem that could be resolved by the Warden or... okay. Interesting. I'll save, and let's go from there. Rushlight Tournament stuff, we'll save. There we go. Let us see what the Warden and Nok Nok needs. Because it's clear something's going on. Your Highness, a decision has been made regarding the bullets that inhabit one of your regions. The guards in a local hunting club seek them out and kill them, as they should. But the scholarly community of the kingdom have objected to this. Some zoologists have declared that these bullets are a rare species, or subspecies. Long story short, they only live around these parts and nowhere else. Your Highness, the scholars ask that we take these lands under our protection and outlaw the killing of these bullets. However, I firmly believe that the beast should be eradicated. The safety of the local peasants outweighs others' concerns. Yeah, such beasts have no place in my lands. They must be eradicated. I firsthand saw their destructive capabilities, after all. Keston gives a short nod. The guards will hunt them down. Any who volunteer to help will be rewarded. As they should be. It's a stupid idea to let wild beasts attack, even if they do have research of value. Nok Nok seems confused. You notice what seems to be a leather rag in his hands. It smells faintly of sulfur. I take it this is yours? Nok Nok remains frozen as he stares at the cap in his hands. He seems surprised and uneasy. Was once mine. War in the village.
King once ripped it off my head, beat me across skull and face with it, then used as wipe rag, and hit me again. Thought was lost long ago.
Alright, what is it doing here? Nok Nok looks uneasy.
It's a challenge for ruler of tribe. The king has come back for me, but cap looks strange. Smells strange. Why now? Where it come from? Goblin come here. Drop it off?
What do you mean, challenge? Nok Nok takes a deep breath.
When goblins in Steel Lands fight for tribes, they fight over big best hat. Hat like crown, but not ugly and shiny like yours. This is a challenge. Another tribe.
He swallows.
Maybe he hear of our allying. Think he can get crown back by fighting me.
He looks confused, more so than usual, and one of his ears begins to twitch.
But how he get power back? If in Kingdom Now, probably cause a lot of trouble.
Huh. If you can lead me to him, I'll go with you, but the fight must be yours. Nok Nok nods, then leans down. Then, with a shaking finger, turns the cap over. On the inside, you see a map scrawled in red.
He show us the way. We meet him where Lamashu shines were. We need to come together, you and me. Rules of challenge.
As you glance at the map, you both are surprised as the leather cap suddenly alights, burning brightly, then crumbles to ash on the floor. Did your tribe ever deal with demons? Nok Nok is silent, staring at the ash. He says nothing. You've never seen him this worried. You decide to give him space, but keep the challenge in the back of your minds. Alright. So we need to go with Nok Nok to deal with a challenge, it seems. Just us, though. But before we do go, we're going to need to sell some stuff because we can't go with all the stuff we have on us. We'll start with the weapons and go from there, I think. Let's see. We'll sell from... Yeah, we'll sell from the speed javelin and going down. And we'll see if we don't need anything else. Alright, let's see. Do we need the oppressor? +6 enhancement bonus to charisma, +4 bastard sword, no. Dark bidding. +3 necromantic foul shard grants the weary to cast animate dead once a day for 8 rounds. Longbow of the cold moon. We don't use any ranged individuals much, but it's a nice weapon all the same. I'm not going to keep it though. Ovenbane. Are we going to keep it? Yes, I'm going to keep it just in case. Before we go, Mistral, I think... Oh, right, the Foul Shard's an exotic weapon. Jeez. Okay, no, I guess we can't use that. Okay, that's fine. I'll get rid of Dark Bidding then. Tiger Stripes, no. Raging Bulwark, sell. We'll sell the Drape. We'll sell the Blade Guard. It's basically a +7 AC if we wear it, but we don't use shields, so no. Northern Lights we don't use. Sell everything else. Yeah. Alright. Let's see, what else do we need? Or want to sell? Power Stone, Bull Strength 3 times a day, no. Bombardier's Utility Belts, +4 additional bonds per day, no. Warm Embrace, nice but no. Gloves can stay, Professor Hat stays. Everything else here can sell. Alright, we offer out everything else that we don't need. Alright, price and descending order. Do we need lover's arrows? We don't use a bow often, so probably not. Lightning arrows or D6. Using this quiver increases chances of critical hit as well as critical damage. That's really vague. Using this quiver grants us a chance to dominate the target for D6 rounds. Alright, well, we just get the gold for now. And I will put these leveler arrows and lightning arrows on Compson, because he does use a crossbow most of the time. Although I'm probably going to get him a new bow at some point, I think. If only to help in the near future. But I digress. For now, let's get everybody out. We need to go alone with Nok Nok. Our weight is too great currently, so we'll just have to find a way to reduce that. I suppose I could give Nok Nok the hat, because he does have the means to wear it. Yeah, let's just give Nok Nok a hat and go from there. Okay. Do we need to leave anything behind? We are still overloaded, unfortunately, so get Tiger Stripes there. What else? I'll put Overnarbane in there for now. We need weight in descending order. Okay, so mainly the Alchemist's Fire is doing me in. We can get rid of these, I suppose. Yeah, we don't need those. Alright, get rid of those. Okay, get half of those, split. Put in 41. Do we need anything else dipped? What else? This would be 220 pounds, so I guess get that. Alright, let's split this into a 4, so we'll get 18 there. There we go. That'll do. Now we should be able to leave with ease. Alright. With Nok Nok, we should have just barely enough carry weight to handle things. I think. Nok Nok's not going to be that good in this fight. I can guarantee you guys that much. But hey, it's going to be a 2 on however many, I assume, but who knows. Alright, let's see. What does the edict say? Warden has been resolved. Problem has been resolved. Kingdom Defense. Reduces the chance of random encounters in claimed region by 40%. Support Warden's endeavors again. That's nice. I think we definitely get the Kingdom Defense, though. That is an obvious grab. We are not ignoring that. That is just too useful. Alright, from here we go back to the Goblin Clearing. And let us go with Nok Nok to see what this issue is all about. Alright, let's do this.
My skills are absolute.
Before we do go in, we need to gas Bark Skin. We're going to use the Mutagen of Dexterity to increase our AC. Let us see what potions and things we can use to make our chances better. Alright, let's see. Potion of Reduced Person, obviously. Potion of Feather Step, no. Well, actually, maybe. Mage Armor. We do not need that because we have Bracers of Armor +6. Shield of Faith we definitely can use, because that will give us a bonus of AC. Alright, that's a 46 AC. We'll use Aid to give ourselves a small buff. Delay poison is not needed because we're immune to poison. We could use greater invisibility, but for now I think we need mirror image. There we go. That'll give us a buffer on protection. We could use elements, but I'm not too worried about those per se. If we do have to worry about them, we'll address them accordingly. Alright, it's looking like we're lacking Bear's Endurance, so we'll get that, so we get higher HP. How's our... Okay, Shackled Fury handles that pretty well. Good. Okay, Crown's doing us enchantment bonus for Charisma, so we're good on that. We can get some potions of resist, but that's fine. Alright, what else? Displacement we can worry about in a bit. If we can, Expeditious Retreat would be nice. Here we go. That'll make us even faster for us. And you can notice how I'm not buffing up Nok Nok. There is reason for that. Oh, there's a powerful Shield of Faith, actually. Hold on. Interesting. Okay, there's Crusader's Edge, which gives a buff on melee weapons, which I don't need. Divine Power would be nice. It gives a luck bonus. Specifically a +2. We'll use that to give us a bonus of... to make ourselves 33 damage, which is nasty. Man, we're dealing quite a bit of damage, I would imagine. Anything else that I need to address? Stone Skin is a nice one, if we want to buffer up there. It'll give us our DR 10 for attacks, temporarily. Touch of Slime, no. Phantasmal Web, no. Should be good for now, I think. Yeah, it'll have to do. Alright, let's go. Alright, shield. Nok Nok looks around, uncertain. You don't see anyone, and no goblin shapes about, and no sign of a goblin camp either. Something feels wrong. There's a strange feel in the air, and that hint of sulfur like you smelled on Nok Nok's cap in the end of the throne room. Nok Nok speaks. This is the place, but... King not here yet? Nok Nok sounds slightly relieved, but he still looks ready to bolt. Let's wait a bit. Nok Nok nods, and as he does, you suddenly notice the surroundings melt away into trails of acrid smoke, revealing a number of goblins, weapons at the ready. Still, while the weapons are drawn, they do not attack. They have a curious light in their eyes you haven't seen before, and it takes you a second to realize its determination. They don't look scared at all, merely stand at the ready as if awaiting the command to attack. As you take in your new opponents, a familiar figure emerges from the tree line, but walking strangely, as if fighting the urge to hunch down on all fours. Almost feral. The figure looks to be the Goblin King, you recall, but something is wrong about him. It's like someone tried to cram a larger creature inside his skin. Tufts of fur, like that of a wolf, peek from his rags, and his eyes, rather than dull and soft, seem to hold cold fire in them. Nok Nok, this isn't the king. This is someone that looks like him. The king approaches, then stops, his face peeling back into an almost demonic smile. This is not the king, but some creature wearing his shape. When you think it can't get any worse, there's a strangely familiar thundering noise, and into the clearing lumbers none other than hill giant Munguk. And from the smell of it, he's definitely been drinking. He stands behind the feral Goblin King, his huge club at the ready, and gives a low grumble, then snarls, pounding his chest.
Munguk say he not like us play tricks on him. Keep him waiting.
Nok Nok whispers to you.
He say hard to wait forever for promised drinks. It worse than getting stabbed with lance.
Nok Nok pauses. Let's not kill him, though, I guess. The king gazes at you, and you can feel your scalp rise. As he speaks, his voice is rasp, like knives being dragged across a metal plate.
Which one of you once ruled by this ragged shape I wear? The sooner your blood coats the ground, the sooner my debt here is done. All of you cattle smell alike to me, whether you walk or roast on a skewer.
Debt? To whom?
I'm a Barghest. I was summoned at the behest of a Fae to defeat an ally of one who claims this land, weakening this false king when the time of reckoning draws near.
He nods at Nok Nok and gives a barking laugh.
She said it could be any I choose, so I chose the weakest one of your courts, if only to fulfill my debt all the quicker and leave this wretched place. The price was that I had to take the shape of this. Humiliation.
You do know you're threatening the High Priest of and a hero of Lamashtu, don't you? I didn't think Barghest would dare kill any favored by the Great Mother. The Barghest growls, low in its throat, as if suspicious, then suddenly stops, sniffing the air. It advances slowly, and Nok Nok looks about to withdraw, but you clamp him in place, forcing him to remain still. The Barghest gives you another sniff, then backs away, snarling.
It is no matter, I'll kill another.
But you told her you'd killed Nok Nok. If you don't, you'll anger her. If you do, then Lamashtu will get upset. My bet? I choose a Fae's anger over the Mother of Beasts. But you can make a pact. But you made a pact. You lie in it. Well, hold on. My bet, I choose a Fae's anger over the Mother of Beasts. But you made the pact. You lie in it. The Barghest falls silent, and his eyes narrow suspiciously. Its skin twitches and its lip peel back to reveal its fangs. It looks furious, but it doesn't move to attack. In fact, it doesn't seem like it can, despite the bloodthirsty look in its eyes. Instead, the Barghest gives a blood-curdling howl, ichor spitting from its maw. Its claws at the ground, ripping up at great chunks of earth, then swipes at you with a frenzied launch, and backs away, as if seeking to reach you, but unable to do so past some unseen force. Nok Nok, behind an invisible wall formed by the shrieking beast, shrinks in terror. The other goblins in a circle seem to withdraw as well, terrified. Even Munguk seems surprised by the internal fit. The hill giant backs away, as if from a rabid dog. Alright, let's strike while it's frenzied. Taking advantage of the creature's mad rage, you leap to attack. The creatures in the clearing falter, seem hesitant to charge at you, and Nok Nok, or get anywhere close to the trickled beast. You take advantage of the chaos and use their fear against them.
Fight back. Best
Good.
kind of fight.
Stephen Armstrong, I want you to charge in. I want you to go with Dragon Style. And I want you to rage as well. Alright, Nok Nok, you're going to be responsible with backing off for a moment.
Nok Nok, you still lighting
And there we go.
fire first.
Well, I certainly took advantage of the situation there. Nok Nok is picking himself up, but it's clear he has no idea what to do next. Oblivious to the potential threats waking up around him, still rubbing his face to brush off the blood and ash, and he's staring to glance around, distracted by looking for his teeth. Raise your weapons to Nok Nok, you beasts. He's your new master now. The surrounding creatures jump at your words, including Nok Nok. He then watches as the eyes return to him. Then, one at first, then more, the goblins begin to strike the butt of their weapons against the ground. Slowly, then faster and faster, doing 2 quick slides, a pause, and 2 strikes again. Even Munguk, puzzled, begins to join in, pounding the butt of his club unsteadily into the ground, then smiling. He pounds the club faster and faster. He must be really drunk or was really under the Bargus spell. Or arguably both. Nok Nok looks enthralled. He does quarter turns looking at all the goblins worshipping him, his jaw agape. You notice he's still a bit unsteady and swaying slightly. Well, you did it, Nok Nok. You wanted to be hero? Here you are. Nok Nok follows your gesture, and as he turns, but already unsteady, he twists and falls again, collapsing on the ground. The drumming falls awkwardly, silent, with a few gasps, then laughing from the goblins. To his credit, Nok Nok picks himself up and dusts himself off. Then the drumming resumes, he gives a half smile, and as if he's not certain of his own success. Nok Nok gives a half smile, then nods to you. Not so hard. Tell you Mother Beast watch over me. She not let another beast get me. It looks like we're done here, and looks like we scatter another potential threat to the kingdom. Still, would like to speak with you later. Need something. Nok Nok seems lost in thought. Alright, let's go. With that, oh, wait, hold on. Before we go, we've got some items here. Let's grab those before we go. 2 kukris, a chain shirt, and some other stuff. Those kukris are actually really, vital, actually. They're unenchanted, or they're technically unidentified, but there's a reason they are useful. To give you a rough idea... Oh, wait, hold on. I guess you can't determine them unless you got a magic caster, so... We'll identify them later once we get back to the capital, but they are very useful items. I can guarantee you that. Alright, let's go and get back to the capital. In fact, these kukris are probably going to go on my rogue, I think. This is not a confirmed decision, but it is definitely a likely thing that I'm going to be choosing. Alright, we enter Tussdale. To the throne room, specifically. Let us exit out, I'm thinking, before we go anywhere.
I'm there.
But we will be leaving with everybody in our compatriot group, so... Let's get you, you, and you. There. And I'll collect the items as I go back in. So, yeah. We have done Nok Nok's little quest, so that's pretty good. And from there, hopefully, things will just, you know, work out as they do. I don't know if I need to do that. I just did it because I can. It doesn't matter. The point is that I got it now. Alright. Let us go deal with our edicts, but before that, let's check out those items. Alright, there's one called Fiery Blood and Cold Blood. These are +4 agile weapons. Or, they're finesse wielding, but they have the agile and incinerating quality. Incinerating gives you a 2d6 on damage for fire. Freezing is a... Okay, agile weapons are usually well balanced. Okay. Okay, it's not increases for two-handed weapons, but still reduces for offhand weapons. Okay, so you put cold blood in your offhand, basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put cold blood here and fiery blood here. I'll be losing some AC because, well, I won't be losing AC, but I will be losing some stuff because of it. But the damage speaks for itself, put simply. It's a 7 to 20 damage, 18 to 20 crit range. Yeah. It's a little bit better than what we got. Yeah, 21 to 21. That's pretty good for a weapon. So, yeah, no, we're using those Krukers immediately because those are very powerful weapons in a Nok Nok arc. Alright, I can support the Grand Diplomat out of anyone here. So, yeah, let's support the Grand Diplomat, I guess. It's really the only thing I got going for me. Galt, trading, okay. Yep, nope, let's just rank up Bartholomew. Or, yeah, Bartholomew, and then we're good. Do a quick save for the Rushlight Tournament stuff. Alright. This should bring our relations up significantly. Alright. Success, success. Alright, that's done. Good. Oh, great, we've got a lot of edicts to handle. Oh, dear. Commercial advantage. Court intrigue is another issue. Oh, dear. We'll need to deal with that soon. But first we got that conspiracy to handle, so I'm not sure if we can handle this just yet. Great. We need to wait until 2, which is an issue. 16 days. Hold on. Okay, I think we just barely get it. We just need to wait for the 29th day, essentially. Okay, the morning after is an issue that we will have to address it as well. Will we be able to make it? Yes, we will have a cleric available for the morning after. Ashes and Dust, we'll need to get Octavia on that, so that shouldn't be too hard. Technical issue, that is a Bartholomew issue that we will address. There we go. So Bartholomew, we'll get Jubolist on the commercial advantage, I guess. And fighting for gold will be a Tristan thing. There we go. There we are. Let us go see what the Grand Diplomat wants us for. Alright, to the throne room.
The Outlaw Council wishes to hear your opinion. Razmir is testing his eastern border once again, and Taimon's ruler has started recruiting mercenaries to oppose Razmir. Lambreath has mobilized the Black Eagles. Alas, these forces shall stand divided, where they should be united in common cause. Only a stable union can stand up to Razmaran. 7 Arches and other countries will listen to us, if we vote for the River Kingdoms to unite against Razmaran. However, Razmir has made a generous offer in exchange for our silence. Besides, his future is far brighter than those minor monarchs. I think we should side with him. I want to know more about this political conflict first.
It's obvious that Timon and Labreth will soon fall to Razmir. Timon is a foolish state of gladiators, whose favorite sport is to slay one another in the giant arena of Erden. Their fighting ability is unquestioned, but they lack any political skill. Champion Urloth Inlin, Timon's ruler, begs the Outlaw Council in Daggermark to help him defend against Razmir every year. Not even neighboring Lambreth comes to his aid, though both face the same enemy. The state of Lambreth was established by 3 merchant families under constant threat of annexation by their neighbors. This annexation was exactly what eventually came to pass, though not by Razmir. Instead, Lambreth was seized by General Caimanin Arnefax, commander of the Black Eagles. This grim dictator is no better than Razmir, if you ask me. His knights are known for dispensing justice after hours, as judge, jury, and executioner. Clearly, the Outlaw Council has no wish to help those who are too weak to stand up for themselves. The council consists of the rulers of all the River Kingdoms, and none of them have any desire to upset Razmir. There are plenty of fools among those minor lords, and none of them know the first thing about politics. Luckily, we're nothing like them. Okay, so we can choose to either improve the unrest. All those unwilling to become a slave to Razmir must... Okay, no. We aren't meddling in the domestic affairs of other countries. There's no need. Very cunning. Only 2 monarchs of the River Kingdoms can see the future of this land. Your Highness and Razmir. The others are destined to rot. We won't derail our relations with Razmir. Not yet. It is more strategic to wait, and claim everything that he cannot claim himself. We'll lose out on relations, but I think that's a small price to pay for 250 BP, no less. It's a plus, after all. Alright, you're welcome to continue your work. And now? Before we actually continue, let's go talk with Nok Nok. We should at least do that. Alright, so we're going to use the map here, and we're going to start traveling in very efficient form. This is the advantage of being a monk, I'm going to state. So, once we get there, or once this loads, perfect. So, Nok Nok. Watch this. There we go. Doesn't take a few seconds to get there. Oh. Okay, the water's gone complete. Okay, that's interesting. Nok Nok doesn't look at you as you approach. He is hunched over, hard in thought. One of his ears is even twitching slightly at the effort. You might want to stop thinking before you hurt yourself. Nok Nok's ear twitching stops in mid-twitch as he swivels his head towards you. Been thinking about being hero. If Nok Nok can even be a hero or not. He nods at you. You are langshanks and halfshanks who speak poorly, mangle words, babes. But you make big tribe, foundation, big city, even if city smells bad. Do great things and... Nok Nok does things and they seem small, ridiculous. I want to do what you do, but asking, how? Not everybody's meant to be a hero in the same way. Nok Nok looks downcast, his face uncertain. He stares at the ground and he seems defeated. Stephen Armstrong writes, unless... couldn't make difference. A hero could. Still, Nok Nok will stay. Keep trying, find a way, and if not... there's no worse off than before. Yeah, that's the spirit. Maybe one day it'll happen, Nok Nok. Nok Nok sighs and looks at you. You want something else? Alright. Nope. We're good. Apparently the well. Oh. Hold on. Okay, I guess we didn't cheer him that way. Okay, let's actually change that. We need to get, quote-unquote, on his good side, so I guess we need to cheer him up. We need to get his morale back. Yeah, no, for these sorts of things, I think I need a reload. Okay, so I can't answer the normal way, unfortunately, so that sucks, but hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Alright. Okay. At your words, Nok Noks straightens, inch by inch, until he's standing tall. He holds his breath proudly, until you see his ears turn red. Then he exhales, coughing. But when his fit ends, he seems to be chewing over your words and nodding to himself. A hero can mean many things, and even heroes doubt themselves. Have faith. Simply don't give up. That's hero enough. And even I can see it. Nok Nok looks up to you, his eyes narrow, as if trying to judge if you're being serious. You mean it? Nok Nok prove himself? To be clear, this isn't a paid... Well, Look, take it or leave it. You want to be here or not? Nok Nok kneels down, winces as his knife or his knee finds a rock, then shifts his new position, accidentally facing away from you. You decide to let it go. Nok Nok, I pronounce you the hero of the Kingdom of New America, hero of the Stolen Lands, and grant you a title that can never be taken from you, that of a fellow hero to Stephen Armstrong. Rise. After a moment, he grunts, straightens and places his hands on his hips. I accept. He thinks for a moment. Now all we need is a hero statue. Being a hero doesn't give you access to the treasury, by the way. I don't have the funds or time to make a statue. Nok Nok seems lost in thought, completely happy about your acknowledgement of his role. You hope you don't regret this. Alright, Lamashtu worship, no. Okay. Now let's check out this well while we're here. Might as well. Okay. What does the well have to say for itself? I guess that's the question. Huh. It's emptied. The remains of the well's water, when the well was still full, water drips down into the room from the vault or vented ceiling above. Rags and pieces of furniture destroyed by time and their damp. Doorway is filled with earth and stone. It doesn't seem anywhere lead anywhere more. Layouts of the wall and room structures suggest once it was part of a larger building, which didn't survive. The water receded only recently, yet the papers and the table are untouched. It seems they are protected by magic. An unholy flail and the key to a magical prison. The letter you found in Farnisa suggests that the door into his magical prison won't open unless someone defeats 45 certain powerful creatures. Okay.
You who read the magical lines, whoever you are, please heed my words. I am desperate need of help. My name is Farinras the Pensive, and I am a mage from a great empire of Eobaria. May the gods prolong the years of its prosperity. I retire to these wild lands in the furthest of our provinces to peacefully engage in magical experiments. But now a terrible danger looms over my work, and even my life itself. I'm not even sure I will have the time to finish this message before it takes me. Oh, unknown reader, if this letter is to reach your hands, I am either dead or trapped in a magical prison in a barrow near the western spurs of the Tors of Lebanese. If you do not lack virtue, or at least desire to receive a well-deserved reward, then find a dungeon and save me, or recover my mortal remains. It will be difficult to open a door. Here in the laboratory, I store the magic key you will need for this. But in addition to the key, the door is locked by a mighty spell. The door will open only for the one who defeats 45 monstrous creatures of all kinds. Magic tags their lairs with a special mark, which you may have already seen on your way. It may be foolish to hope there's a daredevil out there who is capable of overcoming dozens of monsters and combating the terrible power that has ruined me. But I still hope for a miracle. F. The diary is badly damaged, and some of its pages are torn out. The surviving fragments are written in neat, large, lettered handwriting. 1. With each passing day, I am even more glad moving to this wild place. Yes, I have none of the comforts of the imperial cities, but the wilderness has its charm. Whenever I go out to the lake, I always witness some picturesque scene, like nixies, playing with flocks of elementals in the coastal waters. When evening comes, parades of will-o-wisps are pulled to my doorstep, dancing under the windows of the tower, marking the night as bright as the day, and always smelling of a thunderstorm. I can just watch their games, or lazily throwing lightning at them from the balcony. It's only just for fun. These creatures are nearly immune to magic, but they are very funny to observe when they sparkle and grow angry, realizing they challenge me at their peril. Despite all my efforts, the last of the thieves who broke into the tower have died. It's my fault, of course. I must configure the guardian golem better. The thief kept cursing me in 3 languages to his last breath. I didn't understand half of his threats. Something about the worst enemy that's already at my door in the name of the doorsteps of Eobaria. I came to the wilderness to get away from all this, but the hotheads still find you, push themselves into trouble, and then curse you while you try to heal your wounds. It's such a shame. This is odd, but the guardian golem isn't working. It's not destroyed, but quite disabled. And of course, I don't even have 1/10 of what I need for repairs. What could have happened? I checked the whole tower and all the protective spells, but I can't find anything amiss. The body disappeared, right in from the tower cellar, and the only one who could get down there is me. Well, I can certainly be distracted now and again, but this is most strange. I wonder what I shall do with this elven girl who I rescued from the wyvern. Her mind seems to be failing. She follows my every step, asks strange questions, and she always asks if I sleep well at night. Thank you, I'm not complaining. Well, at least her wounds are not so serious. A little more magic and she'll be good as new. I haven't opened this diary for nearly a month. I've been too busy with my investigations. Strange events have followed each other. A fire in my alchemical warehouse, the loss of artifacts. Again and again I test new combinations of protective spells, but all in vain. Something is stalking my tower, leaving no trace and easily breaking through every protection. I cannot imagine what skill and power this creature must possess. Also, I cannot comprehend why, owning such a great power, it still hasn't killed me. I do not sleep well at night. Sometimes I pass out in the middle of the day and return to consciousness on the floor of the laboratory, or on the ground just past the doorstep. I'm a fool. I should have listened more carefully to what the dying Seath said. I know what's after me, and I don't have much time to figure out how to fight it. That seems a little contradictive from this note. Well, maybe. I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure if this is a good or bad thing. I don't know. It's hard to say. But hey, it's new content, I guess.
Now, I will state this when dealing with that specific tidbit of information. In regards to that whole missive there is one key thing you should know about it. And the key thing you should note about it is... Well, hold on. We're gonna go here first, see if there's anything here. Nope. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. That was a chest. Alright, that's more loot. Grab that while we can. There we go. But yeah, no, to give a rough idea in regards to that missive, that is basically a level 20 thing. Or at least somewhere close along those lines. If you want to do that, basically prepare yourself for a big fight. But until then, we just basically have to wait. That's just how it be with that, that very specific situation. Alright, Grand Diplomat has resolved that situation there. And now we are left with how many days left before the issue 2 pops up again? That's a good question. Let's see. 72 days. We can't support the Grand Diplomat because he is busy. We can support the General if we so desire and get him to 9. We can also support the Regent, which supports community, which I'm going to do instead. Let's do a quick save. Alright, save up the Rushlight Tournament. Alright, let's rank up the Regent. Do we need anything ranked up? Nope. Alright, we're good. Let us rank up the Regent. There we go. Alright, Regent's endeavors have been resolved. We are now at 8 with them. Regent demands our presence. Clash of Fanatics begins. Former Friends begins as another problem. Alright, let's see what the Regent wants from us, real quick. Senator Armstrong, your kingdom is growing bigger. No matter how many advisors you hire, your officers can't address every problem and issue. A monarch should have vassals, knights, mayors, guild leaders, local chefs, and elders. It is they that form the natural aristocracy, the high society of any kingdom. There was a time when bandit chiefs were the aristocracy of the stolen lands, but we've put an end to that. Many knights of honor now look to serve you, to become your faithful vassals and enforce the laws of your lands. It is only natural that the law now rests on the shoulders of your royal vassals, not the representatives of the people. Mayors and chiefs come and go, but aristocrats remain, committing themselves to a ruler and raising worthy successors from a young age. They're obliged by nobility that naturally rises from their responsibilities to their subjects. The kingdom need a noble class. Appoint those who possess enough power and influence to rule over their own lands. Alright. I will personally select those whose ambition equals their talent. They will be powerful enough not only to give people orders, but to protect them. You will have nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter who they were. These warriors will be your loyal vassals, reliable and just. I'll make sure of it. As long as they are loyal and not minding getting their hands dirty, I think that's a good thing. Alright, that does leave us with 4 more edicts that we got to go through, but that's fine. We've got some economy stuff that we can address. Increase stability by 1 when the region has a successor triumph. The cost of building static community bonuses is reduced by 15%. That's not bad. It'll cost 175 though, it seems, for both. We'll hold off on that. We can either support the general, or we can support the regent again. I guess we could support the regent again. There's nothing stopping us after all. And our general is actually really good with his stats, so I think Valerie is just a good focus point for us. Alright, is there any others that we need to address? We got 3, 4, okay, 7. Okay, nope. We're good. Do we need to level up anything else while we're here? No, castle doesn't need to be strengthened. Okay. Economy. Who's gonna fit that? No, Keston's not gonna do it. Okay, no, okay. Let us just focus on the region's endeavors. There we go. We are now at tier 9, I think, for community. Alright, all those edicts have been resolved. And now we are in the biggins, so let's close this for a moment, and let's go into it now. Well, once this resolves. Stephen Armstrong, I'm proud to serve you. No one would have believed that the Stolen Lands could have turned out from a criminal hotbed into a secure, legitimate country in a short period of time. But you did it. Our youth dream of becoming craftsmen, farmers, and guards when they grow up, not forest bandits. People that once cowered in fear of bandits now boldly report every crime. It's no longer so easy for a bandit to hide amongst our honest citizens. People are grateful for you for the change. A guild of river shipbuilders arrived in the palace today. They are highly respected by the river kingdoms. They would like to thank you with a gift for ridding the rivers of the pirates who sank the ships they built. How shall we put them to use? Alright, let's... let them remember their less fortunate... well, Let them remember their less fortunate neighbors. Let every poor man or a vagabond find their place on a ship that sails toward opportunity. You know what? No, let's go culture. Let them hold a celebration in my honor. That will please me, and the people will have a good time. Pardon me for saying this, but that's a waste of money. I'll ask one of your advisors to take care of it. Cultural events aren't my thing. It's fine. It's fine, Valerie. The goldfish space smiles. Okay. Can't wait to see your next creation. Oh, even more craftsmen working on. Got Redeemer. Perfect. Alright, let's see. Chain shirts. Wild Guardian, okay. Redeemer is +5 Holy Flaming Longsword with an improved critical multiplier. It grants the wielder ability to cast Transformation spell once per day as an 11th level wizard. Interesting. I mean, for a longsword, that's pretty good. I don't think any of our group uses a one-handed weapon, though. So that's the buckle in that plan. Okay, well, the Redeemer's a good sell, I guess. So it's not like it's completely out of the hodgepodge. Alright, let's deal with the problems now, one at a time. Alright, Jubolists. Court Intrigue is going to have to be handled by Keston with a point. Mercenary Army is an opportunity, which we will address in a minute. Hero's Reward. Do we want Valerie or Tristan on this? Let's get Valerie on this. Ashes and Dust. That is going to be something that Octavia handles, if we are willing to wait a few days. You know what? No. Let's just cancel it. Alright, events, Ashes and Dust. We'll get Octavia on this. The morning after is an issue for Harem, which he's not good at, so we'll get Octavia on this. We'll get Ashes and Dust for Keston. Court Intrigue is a Keston thing anyways, so that is not a good idea. Okay, so Octavia is going to be the focus here. We unfortunately have to use Harem here, so he'll have to get another point. We'll make that 2 just to be safe. Yeah, 2. Clash of Fanatics. That is going to be a... Do you want the Diplomat of Relations to get into it? He's got 8, Tristan's got 8, so it doesn't matter who goes. We'll go with... Let's see, Bartholomew has 8. We should get him on it because he needs a higher stat. Oh no, wait, Loyalty needs a bigger stat, so no, we're gonna get Tristan on that, actually. Tristan will be responsible for that. Harem's got that. Octavia's got this, 50%, that should be fine. That will leave us with a few people not available for us. 90% is perfectly fine. 55 works for Court Intrigue, 100% there. Mercenary Army, do we want that? Ragongar or Bartholomew? Either works. I say we increase Bartholomew's stats, so we'll get Ragongar on that. And that leaves how many people going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we got 2 people available to us now. So we've got the choice of the... No, not the General, but... I guess the Grand Diplomat and the Curator? The Curator... Yeah, the Curator currently isn't involved in anything, so that's probably the thing. A High Priest... Yeah, Magister... Yeah, so the Curator is currently not getting enough love, but that's fine. We've currently got 111 culture, so that should... Once we get to 120, we should be able to get level 6 there. So that's good to note. But before we go anywhere further, I think it's time we level up some of our buildings here. Here specifically, I should state. Alright, first and foremost... Let's address the elephant in the room. We got a shrine here. We've also got the fort that we can address. Or we can get more goblin quarters to get espionage up. What do we go with? Loyalty and Arcane. We are going to need Arcane, so I guess an exotic garden could work. +1 to community when adjacent to a town hall. +1 to culture when adjacent to a museum. And +2 to arcane when adjacent to a university. Okay, so if we put the exotic garden here... Yeah, if we put the exotic garden here, we put a longhouse here. Or hold on, we get... Alright, so aviary... We can get an aviary. We have the space for it. Let's put the aviary there, I guess. Lowers the time required to resolve events by 1. That's nice. Okay, so if we get... We need a university first. So that is going to be a school, I think. Alright, school... Yeah, school. Alright. The school will be upgraded to a university, but for now the shrine will be a temple. We'll upgrade the longhouse into a town hall. The weapon shop we'll worry about later. Tavern can be upgraded to an inn. Bulletin board's fine. Stocks are fine. Monument can't be upgraded. Goblin quarters we leave alone. But what we will do is we will get a... let's see. We need a longhouse, I believe. That'll increase community, divine, and culture, so we'll put that there. And let's see. Let's actually cancel the aviary and move it up a bit. So that way I have one more free slot I can place. So we'll put that there. Let's see. +1 to culture when adjacent to a museum. Museum's a bit too big, unfortunately. So we won't be able to benefit from that. Yeah, so we won't get the museum, but we can get a mansion if we wish. Or a mage tower. Mansion will give 3 community, relations, culture, and espionage. It would help the espionage stats. It would help culture level up a bit. It would help relations, which we are slowly getting to level 9 and 10. I guess we can get a mansion. We'll get the mansion. And we've got the weapon shop, so we don't need to worry about that. A Nethi's library, though. Let's get Nethi's library. Why not? Alright, that's that. Let's check our own kingdom, Tussdale. Let's see if we can fit some more buildings here. Yes we can, actually. Hold on. Let's upgrade this to high heck. Alright, Dwarven Bastion. Indestructible walls and towers built by dwarves, the best architects on Galarian. Okay, let's sell a bunch of this stuff first. Because I'm gonna clear this entire place up and use it to my advantage. So that way I can organize it properly, mainly. Alright, sell, 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 sell. Alright, printing house we keep. Tannery we keep. Piers we keep, but we upgrade to waterfront. Alright. Let us figure out, what do we want? Alright. +3 military and culture when located in a settlement with a kobold, troll, or goblin quarters. That's interesting, alright. Teleportation circle is something we will worry about later. Emissary row. Okay. For each adjacent building that already provides economy, espionage, and or culture bonus, Emissary Row increases that bonus by +3. Also provides a +3 bonus when Grand Diplomat resolves a situation in the region. Interesting. Barbarian Arena is gives +3 military and culture when located in a settlement with kobold, troll, or goblin quarters. If we want to boost up our military and culture, that's a good way. But what we want is community and loyalty. Let's see. But the key things we're going to need is the bulletin board, obviously. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Sell that. Let's sell the bulletin board here. And we'll get one bulletin board here. And what is the other one? Where's the stocks? Here they are. Here we go. Hell Knight's Castle. -4 loyalty, +8 military, and 12 stability. The Stability and military we don't need to worry about. Okay, so we don't need that then. Alright. +1 profane bonus to attack and damage against chaotic creatures in claimed regions. Counts as a castle. Honestly, we don't need the Hell Knight's castle as much as I, you know, want it. It's not that good, statistically. Let's see. Forum. +3 loyalty. City square where people gather and discuss the latest news. Their plans for the future and how great it would be to live somewhere else. Increases loyalty and one other stat by 1 for each building in the settlement that increases loyalty and that other stat. But only once for each stat. Okay. So, it's basically something to help with loyalty. If we want to. We could get a fort. Emissary Row gives bonuses for any adjacent buildings, so we're going to want Emissary Row, I guess, here specifically. Because that would yield the most results, and we can move the teleportation circle accordingly. Let's see. A place where foreign diplomats, merchants, and other guests do. Okay. +3 to economy, espionage, and culture bonuses. So long as it's the next two things. Okay, so we get the Emissary Row. We shall get the form and place it over at the front here because it doesn't need to be in the way, so we'll put that there. Okay. We're looking for economy, espionage, and or culture bonuses. Alright, let's see. This gives a -1 to loyalty, this gives 2 to relations, and 1 to 3 to espionage. Economy, espionage, and culture. I mean, this is espionage, technically. Community stability. Longhouse is community. Mansion, community, relations, culture, and espionage. Economy or espionage and culture, so this would increase it by 4. Let's see. For each adjacent building that already provides an economy, espionage, and /or culture bonus, it increases that bonus by +3. Okay, so for each mansion, basically I'm getting 3 culture and 3 espionage, so long as I put the mansions there. So if we get a mansion there, military stability and espionage. Military academy is pretty nice. For each adjacent building that already provides military stability and or espionage bonus, it increases that bonus by 1. Assuming you want that. 3 community when adjacent to a palace, 3 stability when adjacent to a castle, and 3 divine when adjacent to a cathedral. 2 BP per week, if I want with the mint. Do I want this? Not really. Noble Villa is pretty good. But it can only be built on these sides here. Community relations and espionage. Well, we do need to level up community. Relations can be leveled up, and espionage is definitely a level up, so we'll get 1 villa there. Palace. +3 to community and 1 relations adjacent to City Hall. Okay, we'll ignore the palace. We'll get, let's see, park is loyalty. Printing house. We've already got one. Royal Museum. +3 culture for each storyteller's completed completion, or collections. Royal Museum. I mean, we might as well. We do collect a lot of those, so that's going to be nice. Do we have enough BP? I mean, we got enough. Let's get 1,000 gold, why not? Or 1,000 BP worth. Let's see. Courthouse, +4 bonus when for resolving situations with the warden in this region. Community and stability, that's eh. It's an okay bonus. Let's see. We could get an aviary, I suppose. It'd be interesting in one slot, I suppose. Okay, yeah. Let's see, what else can I do? Oh right, the aviary. I was going to do something with that. Okay. Aviary's not that useful, so I should probably ignore that. It only really matters if you only have if you have things that are not within your region, so ignore that. Forum, let's see. Right, we do have the forum here, actually. Goblin quarters, loyalty and relations. We need something that it provides an economy, or I don't know. It needs to be a very specific thing. Longhouse provides community, divine, and culture. But it's really the mansions that are doing us good, so we'll just get multiple mansions, I guess. We'll get 4 mansions dotted around here. That'll boost up culture, espionage by 4, so that's 16, I believe, for each stat, which is good. For the Mage's Tower, that is a concern for another time, most likely. Military Academy. We're going to need some loyalty things, I'm suspecting. So we'll try and focus on that now. We are currently at a -1 loyalty. That's not good. We should probably change that. Let's see. Community relations, espionage. That's a... Alright. Park provides loyalty. +1 to community when adjacent to a town hall. +1 divine. Okay, if we place it right here, the park. Let's see. Museum. +3 to culture if a royal museum has been opened to kingdom. We'll get the... if we move the teleportation circle, we can get away with it. And if we can get the... Yeah, if we get the teleportation circle set up here. Let's see. Teleportation. T. Here we go. We'll lose out on teleportation for 5 days, but that's fine, because we're doing a bunch of edicts anyways. Alright, we sell that teleportation circle. Alright. And then we get the museum specifically. We don't want a royal museum, we want a normal museum. Okay. Alright, museum, here we go. Put the museum here. And if we put in a town hall, or I believe it's a longhouse here, and from here we get a temple, which is a shrine, I believe. Let's see, shrine, here we go. Put a shrine on the side here. That leaves 2 slots that we need to buff up if we can. Longhouse will provide culture, so yeah, culture is going to boost up like crazy because of the emissary row here. Theater. Increases culture by 1 for each adjacent building that increases culture. Pretty cool, all things considering. But not what we need. What else can we grab? I guess we got the tannery, so we'll put that outside the city for extra BP. What does that leave? We've got museums, which are 2 slot things. Lumber yards provide 1 BP or 1 economy and 1 relations with peers. Do we need relations? Just a smidgen. We'll get a lumber yard, why not? Okay. Let's see. Okay, we don't need a goblin thing. Cistern. Stability +2, loyalty when adjacent to a park. Okay, well, I can't get that. That's fine. Stability is 210, so we don't need to worry about that. Black market. A number of shops offering illegal, often dangerous wares. Decreases economy by 1 every 30 days, but provides 25 BP if you supported the bandits more times than the common folk during events that increase the community rank. Okay. Black markets, while nice, is probably not going to be something that we get, because that's relations and espionage, which we don't use. Well, I mean, we use the espionage, but not the... We don't need it, because its statistics only are negative for us. We support the people, so it doesn't really help us in that case. Forum's not going to work. Herbalist house is loyalty, which won't work for the emissary row. Longhouse will provide... the upgrade provides +1 loyalty. Okay, that doesn't help us. The mint would help by giving 2 BP per week. But it's not really going to work. Okay, museum provides culture, no. Nessie's library, school. When adjacent to a shrine or barracks, gives extra bonuses, but otherwise not good. Leveling up the shop will give community, which is not gonna work. Shrine will give more divine. Smithy will give economy, but we don't need economy because we are way past that. Stocks. Stability, no. Tannery, -1, no. Tavern will give relations. Nope. Watchtower is something, but we don't need it. Got a lighthouse, okay. Windmill, no. Okay, so there's very few things we can actually use in these one-slot places, so... it might be in our best interest to introduce something else. Okay. It's either going to be economy, espionage, or culture. That's the given. So we need to decide on what that's going to be. Culture would be preferred. But I actually prefer espionage more than anything, so we should probably get something that gives espionage or reduces espionage enough. Okay, so we're looking for the hammer on the anvil sort of thing. Goblin quarters doesn't work. A jail would work. No, wait, no, that's stability. Never mind. Lighthouse, no. Longhouse, no. I think the black markets are going to actually be better for us, even though they give negatives for us. Yeah, no. It's either we go with... I think we go with the theaters more than... well, not the theaters themselves, but we go with culture. It's just one of those things that it's not going to work otherwise. Or I could go with shops. I mean, we do need a tavern after all. Well, let me see. A tavern gets relations, a shop gets economy and community. Yeah, let's go with tavern school, or tavern shop. Why not? It's not the best, not the most optimized, but it'll do. Alright. And that leaves one 4-square area here. And I guess we'll decide on what that is, won't we? +3 to community and +1 to relations when adjacent to a city hall. +3 when adjacent to Grand Temple or Cathedral. Okay, no. The palace is ignored. Do we want a mint? Nope. Military Academy. No. Instead, I think we just put in another goblin. We put in a goblin headquarters here. And we follow up with... I don't know. I guess another goblin headquarters would be good. But I'll hold off on that for now. We're basically good on the kingdom building aspect now. So that's good. Alright, let's do a quick save. And I'm going to check if I'm needed for anything, because I was called for a little bit. But if not, then I will return immediately. But worst case, I will be gone for like 5 minutes, so we'll go from there. See you guys in 5. Okay, that took longer than expected. I apologize, but I am back. Alright, where was I? Let's see. Ah, yes, I believe I was going to upgrade the Grand Diplomat. Everybody's sort of applied here, so I don't need to wait on them, I guess. Yeah, no, there's about 8 people currently on projects there. The only one who isn't working is the Curator. Which is honestly not a surprise to me. But still, all the same, we should level up. So let's get to that. And let's level up as soon as we can. There we go. Alright, that's the birthday for the king. And we can strengthen Bartholomew's skills as a diplomat if we so desire. And give him 20 days to work. Alternatively, we can upgrade... Oh, no, we can't actually upgrade him. Okay. Warden's busy. Minister is not, so we can get Jathal leveled up. That'll give me an excuse to level up Bartholomew's skills while we wait. Regions, Diamond in the Rough. Okay, so that is an option. We can make it a Diamond in the Rough as well. Assuming we want to, that is. Curator needs our help, apparently, so we'll check that out.
Your Highness, I was informed that various political newspapers and leaflets have become very popular amongst your subjects. Many criticize the authorities, and some publish gossip and rumors that might be unpleasant to you personally. However, the very appearance of these things and their popularity amongst the people are signs of a great success we managed to achieve in education. I don't think we should act. If we try to stop the spread of such newspapers, we would only be adding fuel to the fire. Leave everything as it is. We'll let them have their discussions, allow the readers make up their own minds. My experience shows that only a free society is capable of criticizing and eliminating absurd ideas, more effectively than 1,000 censors ever would.
I mean, it's not going to cost too much if we pay 2 PP every week. That is true, would be adding fuel to the fire, but at the same time, it's still going to... It's going to cause a ripple, and ultimately cause more trouble than it's worth. I think we pay the 2 BP and just counter-produce. What would we call it? The Royal Times, the Loyal Herald? This will lead nowhere good. Listen, if they're going to slander me, I'm going to re-correct them. Nazriel bows ceremoniously. Alright. Yeah, no, he's just doing his usual. Alright. Just keep it coming, and off we go. Alright, the curator probably isn't satisfied with our result, but there is reason to my decision. Alright, but instead, before we rank up, let's see, do we need any issues sorted? Nope. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do a quick save, and let's level up our espionage to tier 5, because I think we need that more than anything. Alright, that is a rank 5 minister. Court intrigue, hero's reward, former friends, ashes and dust, morning after, all have been successfully done. Perfect. Do a quick save. Alright, let's see. Top secrets is an opportunity. We've got Law of the Pike, which is a problem. We'll get Keston on that. We will need to level up Keston at some point, unfortunately. That is just going to be a given. Grand Diplomat wants to talk. Jubolists is waiting for an audience. Minister demands attention. Okay, before we address any issues, we should probably deal with the all the attentions that are going on. Alright, let's see what's going on. We are pulled deeper and deeper into Lithran and Gralton's fights. This already drains our forces and cannot end well. It's time we plan our escape from this situation, preferably something that casts us in a positive light. I can see two options. Haldan Tarn is the commander of Gralton's army. He's a general that's sending his raiders to Galt. This commander is as bloodthirsty and narrow-minded as any other military man. His cousin, Kassal, envies his relative, but he's too cautious to disturb Gralton's fragile balance. But if you help Castle gain a piece of Haldan's power, they'll busy themselves with their own problems and leave us be. On the other hand, we could invade Gralton in a fight with Lithran. The Grey Gardener's greatest strength is spy work and intelligence, and I respect their consistency and ferocity. But they need more soldiers. Real fighters. If we send them some experienced warriors, Gralton will focus all of its time and energy on preventing Lithran from crushing them. We ourselves cannot afford to make those arrogant fools from Galton weep blood, but I'll enjoy watching the Grey Gardeners do it for us. Okay, let's see. We can either go with the relations and espionage sort of situation, or we can go with we can go with relations straight up. Sure, why not? Let's dispatch soldiers to the Grey Gardeners. The Gardeners will strike Galton with a vicious force. The bloodshed will remind Galton's people that there's a price for challenging us. And that is true. We want to be both feared by our enemies, but respected by those who treat us well. Your Highness, I received several letters today, welcoming diplomatic notes and offers of friendship. We've had many similar letters before, but these are addressed from Garund, governors on the outer edges of the world. Governors on the outer edge of our world of the world have taken an interest in our friendship. They've heard much about us, and we have their respect. This is a great success, Your Highness. Just as it's always been, people see everything beyond the stinking swamp next door as a bizarre and frightening world that's best avoided. But you somehow managed to elevate your subjects, and they've finally begun to travel abroad. And as for our foreign guests, well, at least they no longer mumble curses under their breath as soon as they step out of their wagons. We have a few options for maintaining this growth. Firstly, it would be nice to stay in touch with those who are traveling abroad. One could compare it to a sort of leash, you know. That is to say, we could publish a newspaper for our kingdom's experities. Even if things aren't going so smoothly here at home, our reputation abroad will be protected. Apart from that, there are many citizenship applicants. Rumor has it that you plan on turning your kingdom into a refuge for the poor, ugly, and sick. But what use could we possibly have for a crowd of individuals? It would be better to promise citizenship only to the strong and brave, those prepared to spill their blood in military service to prove their loyalty. Let the general establish a regiment for foreigners who serve in the military in exchange for citizenship. I think that's for the best. Loyalty is best. Excellent! Your subjects will be grateful if you make those common strays, zealous citizenship applicants, spill their blood for them. If they're weak, they need to get strong, so if they want to be beneficial for the community, get into fucking wartime. You do remember our little adventure with the Fey Lords and their inconsequent debates, damn them? Before you asked by damn them, I meant both the debates and the Lords. Anyways, I've been thinking about that dreadful vertibage we've received as a reward for the trials. The answer to the question about the fate of the gnome race. Allow me to remind you of the text. Numbers will help you on your way. One of them is 5th and 10. It'll be easy to find if you read, who opened a road for the ancient dead man, and his black-feathered messenger. The second is 12 times in a dozen, and thrice the number of those who lost their faces. Don't try to guess it now, it's not time yet. Wait until he who is born twice will twice be defeated. Put the two numbers together, then the moon leaves her path, near the waters of Candlemere. Find the one who will open the secret. Not a single reasonable creature would spend valuable time solving this sort of phrase-mince. If only someone knew how much effort it required to treat this matter seriously. But it paid off. It's obvious that the part about opened the road to the ancient dead man and his black-feathered messenger refers to Willis Gunderson, who wakened Vorticai. This guess led me to think... Obviously that part about he who is born twice will twice be defeated referred to Argmog. Exactly. We couldn't have known that at the first time of the debates, because we haven't even met Armog yet, which makes me wonder who this respected host might be. But that's neither here nor there. So, what do we know? The riddle recommends we stop looking after the twice-born is twice defeated, and that's happened. The other part, thrice the number of those who lost their faces. That's also only clear now. It's 24. 3 times the number of the Face Sisters were there, but the rest... What does it mean? When the moon leaves her path. And how does 12 times in a dozen equate to 24? I'll have to study some astronomy reference books and write to some priests of Desna that I'm acquainted with. It's probably about some rare celestial phenomenon. I meant to ask you to deal with the first part of the riddle, the one about Willis Gunderson. Remember the riddle? We don't need to find him or talk with him, just read him. Here's what I think it means. I discovered that the poor fellow wrote and published a few horrendous books. Perhaps the answer is hidden in one of them. The very thought of digging through the purity of literature is disgusting. I'd very much appreciate some help. Perhaps some book lover in the city will have a volume or two of his work. Alright, I'll look for Gunderson's books and try to make sense of them. Good luck on the difficult quest. I remind you, the riddle says we need to find something 5th in 10, and somehow related to Gunderson's writing. We put it together with the number 24 and go to the Candlemere, when the moon leaves her path. I hope this isn't some elaborate fake prank, because if it is, I won't have to do any more research to understand what made the gnomes leave the First World. It was the stinking neighbors. Okay, so we need to find something 5th and 10, and we need to put it together with the number 24 and go to the Candlemere. Okay. Well then, it seems like we got quests. The door to nowhere. Let us do that first then. Let's grab our vile stuff here and be gone with it. Apparently we got a ring. A ring of evasion. Oh. We also got an unidentified ring here. Apparently I've also got another belt. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. I'm getting some random unidentified items, it seems. Plus 5 morale bonus to all persuasion skills. Oh, I'm sorry, what? That's amazing. Jeez, there's some good stuff. Extra planar cloak. Okay. Yeah, no, there's some pretty good stuff. Golden tongue, bell of mighty constitution. Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. Ring of evasion's pretty good too.
In due time.
Alright, we don't want to... Okay, so hold on. Alright, journal. We want to look for Willis Gunderson's texts. Okay, so... Let us go out and see what's going on in the main square. It seems our buildings are slowly building up. It's going to take some more time, of course, but that's just par for the course. When we're dealing with so much expansion as it is. But yeah, no, the city is going to boost in stats, like, immensely after we're done. At least I would like to believe, anyways. Okay, where should we go? I guess we could talk with the Lindsay's book friend, Tessie the Quill. Tessie, have you heard any books by Willis Gunderson? Okay. Okay, once took a couple of books of his with me, and I dragged him around for 3 years, so someone bought him for a pittance as kindling. Won't be easy to find works. Okay. A shame. Alright. Hasuf, maybe? Hey, buddy. Nope. Verdal. Do you have any books on Willis Gunderson? It's like you're interrogating me. Oh, of course I do. Everyone says he's bad, but I like him. The guy writes with feelings, I mean, used to write. Does the phrase 5th and 10 mean anything to you? Is this about Gunderson? He has a book titled 10 Adventures. It's, what, some of his best work? Can I borrow these books? Of course, read away. Alright, perfect. Okay, so we got the book. That's good. Alright, we discussed the discovery with Jubolists, but before we do, let's read the passage real quick. We're looking for the date from newest to oldest. Alright, we're looking for Adventure 5. In the corner of the tavern, page 500. In the corner of the tavern, okay. I know where that is. I wanted to talk to you about the well, let's just go from there. Now, I found Gunderson's book, the one we were looking for. Alright, let me see. Jubilist stares into pages. It's a good thing I'm not a follower of Shaolin, or I'd throw this thing in the fire right now, and draw the deity's wrath. Just look at this language. Shivering, she clanged to my shoulder and whispered, Willis, you are my only hope. Only your well-developed adventuring skills, your daring mind, merciless eloquence, and shameless courage can save a poor girl like me. But I digress. We need something that's 5th and 10. Obviously, it's about the 5th adventure from this book. The name of the chapter is In the Corner of the Tavern. Sounds like a place, but which tavern is it? The nearest one? And who or what should we look for there? Wait. We know the place, the tavern, and number, 24. We can suppose that this is a place and time, or rather a date. The 24 that's contained a dozen times in a dozen is the 24th of each month. I propose we meet at the Capital Tavern on the next 24th and see what happens. I'm sorry, what? That is a very specific time. Wait, hold on. It is currently the 10th of Castrel. If that is the case, then in 14 days I can actually go there. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. But yeah, no, that's a very specific time. Jeez. Okay, well, it's enough for 2 edicts, I guess. Alright, we've got competition, which is an opportunity. We've got top secret, another opportunity. Let's just go with the top secret for now. So Jubolist is going to be handling that. The problem here we will address with 2 crisis points, I guess. Competition is going to be addressed by whom? Culture is currently not going to be developed, so we'll put that there. We'll put a coin to it, because why not? Alright, we can rank up with Grand Diplomat or the Minister's endeavors. Oh, we can actually level up Jthal already. I'm kind of surprised I can. Interesting. Okay, so Minister, we can support the Regent. Getting Community to 10 would be nice, actually. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Do a quick save before we do. Oh, 1 sec. Alright, apologies for that. Life stuff. Just how it be. Alright, we could get Blue Blood Community. We can't do the Law of Price, so that is not an option. What else can we do? Let's just do this. Let's get the Regent supported. Let's do that. Okay. Now the 24th of Callistrel, I believe, is good. Mercenary Army is a triumph. Nice. We managed to get 150 BP back. Nice. Alright, Eclipse. Valerie is now at 10 times community, so we don't need to worry about that. Last Wall Cavalry is going to have to be sorted by Jthal. 50% chance. Eclipse is 80%. The False Lights, I won't be able to handle that just yet, unfortunately, so we'll have to be patient on that. Project 7. Let's see, we can't support the Minister now. We can support the High Priest, which will get us to 5. We can support the Magister, so we'll get the Octavia on this, I'm thinking. We could also support the General and get him to 9. Yeah, he's currently 8, so getting him to 9 would also help. Yeah, let's do that instead. Okay, we will support the General's endeavors then. We'll do a quick save. And we should be reaching the point in time where... Yeah, we're nearing enough the... Alright, so we now got to go to the tavern. Now it's the 24th. Top secrets, Law of Pikes done, competition. Alright, events. General requests an audience, new priest of Abadar. Going south, the full-blooded. Alright, first let's deal with the false lights. Let's get Jubilist on that. Full-blooded requires Harem here. We'll get him a crisis point to help. Going south is going to require Gongar, so he will be busy, but that's fine. Alright, Jubilist handles that. New Priest of Abadar. We won't be able to access this opportunity, but that's fine. Let's see what the General wants before we continue. Gongar grins, pride glowing in his eyes. You know, I've been thinking about which our neighbors would be capable of destroying us if they wanted to. And it turns out that none of them can. As far as military power is concerned, we'll surely defeat anyone stupid enough to cross us. I didn't understand you right away. You have ambition. And you can rule. It wasn't a bad decision to come work for you. By the way, I'm not the only one who appreciates the decisions you've made. There are so many mages in our army that one of the orders of Nethys decided to move their coven to your kingdom. That worked damn well for us. Do you have any idea what kind of deadly spells they could teach us? They probably have a spell that summons a swarm of carnivorous bees that fly into a victim's mouth and eats him from the inside out. And a spell that makes your heart explode. That's great news. Thank you. Well, that's all for now. There's someone else who wants to talk to you, Senator Armstrong. You can do that without me, right? Sure. Rakula nods curtly. Your Highness... sorry, what... words. Your Highness, last night's military exercises were successful. Instructors from Juan's brigade, acting as opposing force, was successfully repelled by your mages. The training of your first class is completed. The brigade is now accepting students for the second class. Since everything has worked out so well, I have an offer for you. The Juan's brigade would like to settle down. Most of us desire a home and a family more than war, and endless military campaigning. And we've grown to like your kingdom. If you allow us to settle down here, it would surely be for your own good as well. We've seen so many different magical weapons over the years. Dwarven axes, elven bows, wonders from Katapesh beyond description. We've studied them all, and our masters can easily reproduce these masterpieces. With your support, we could set up a guild where we'll enchant the best weapons in Avestan. Interesting. We do have 4 slots left, and worst case we can just move things around a little bit. Alright, Bloodthirst has been made. Cool. Alright, before we leave and do things... new priest... Yep, that's not being solved for a while. Let's enter our build here. And let's see about upgrading everything. Alright, shop upgrade. Upgrade to luxury store. There we go. Museum's fine. Longhouse, we upgrade to City Hall. Shrine to Grand Temple. Mansions, we leave. Yep, City Hall's good, Noble Villa's good, World Museum still building. Stocks are good, Lighthouse is good. Tannery's fine, Printing House same, Lumber Yard, okay. I was about to say, do we have multiple tanneries? No, I guess, no we don't. Okay, good. But we do have 2 slots here. Let us see what is needed for the... I do believe the Nessie's Library... Yeah, Nessie's Academy. It is a 4-slot building. For each adjacent building that already provides military and or arcane bonuses, Nessie's Academy increases that bonus by 2. Counts as an Academy of Magic. Okay, we don't need that, but we can see about producing that other building, which is... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't think it's here. That's fine. I think it's just a Edicts or something, I would assume. Training. Strengthen, no, we don't need that. Economy, here we go. Arcanicarium Sanctuary. +1 with solving problems with the Warden and Magister. I think that is a Octavia thing. Which is pretty good. Stability by nobility, we'll worry about that later, but we'll definitely get the Octavia upgrade. Rank up, we can support the General's endeavors once he's free, but that won't be until later. But we can upgrade Grand Diplomat to 10, so that's good. But we will address that later. Alright, let's see. How many days until the issue with the... Yeah, Ancient Curse. Okay, we got 30 days. Okay, so we're nearing the time of peace, or we're nearing the end of the peace times, where we just do edicts for everybody. Alright, let's leave. We're going to the tavern, because we need to go to the 24th into any tavern, I guess. Or I guess in this case, this tavern here. And we need to go to the corner of the tavern. Alright, here we go, Jubolist. Hey, buddy. Alright. Looks like that's our moon. I'd like to know what leaving her path means to her, and, more importantly, how all this is related to the story of the gnomes. I hope we're about to find this. Or find out. Jubolist clears his throat to attract her attention. A girl with unusually silver-gray hair is looking gloomily into her mug of ale. As she notices Jubolist clearing his throat, she raises her face and brightens. Oh, they told me that the King of New America walks the streets and feasts with everyone in the taverns, but I never believed it. Oh, forgive me, Your Highness. I am Luna Katari. You have an unusual name. I was born with bright silver hair. The midwives never saw an Azamar before. They were frightened, but my mother... not a bit. She said her daughter's hair was silver like the moon, which meant I was blessed by Desna. Hence the name. Actually, I've always been drawn to faraway countries like anyone touched by the moon goddess, but I've never been beyond the river kingdoms. Tell us about yourself. I am a messenger. I deliver correspondence from Brevoy and Mivon and back. Usually reports about a rich merchant's underlings and his orders from them. My parents live in Brevoy and the girl I love in Mivon. I've always dreamed of becoming a traveler, but that's not easy for the daughter of a weaver and a washerwoman. I was glad to find this messenger job, though. I thought that it was pretty lucky, but now I'm traveling the same road over and over, every month. I even sit right here in your tavern on the 24th of every month, right on schedule. The monotony is driving me to tears, but what can I do? I can't be everywhere at once, and I can't stand the thought of settling down. Jubolist was listening surprisingly carefully, leans over to you and says quietly, Do you see it now? When Moon leaves her path, it's another part of the riddle. It looks like we need to somehow convince our new friend to quit her well-trodden path and set off somewhere new. Plus, it would be good for her. The same road each month. If I were her, I'd drown myself long time ago, if I didn't bleach sooner. We have to go for a moment. Alright, this is the time where I take out that specific item, the Golden Tongue, for this very specific purpose. It gives a morale bonus to diplomacy checks, and if I take off Korghas Shackled Fury specifically, our diplomacy is, or persuasion's 32. Now this should work. Of course, I'm probably going to want to change out of Korghas Shackled Fury for a Belt of Constitution, I guess. Because Shackled Fury is nice, but it's not worthwhile to keep, I think. Alright. We keep the Fortunate Fencer, we keep the Ring of the Natural Born Leader. +3 Insight bonus, +5 Morale bonus, yeah. It's a significant amount of bonuses just to converse with somebody, but hey, that's nice. Alright. If this slice troubles you, something should be changed. Your family and friends want you happy, not exhausted and hating your resistance. That is for certain. You speak with such confidence. Is it true you came to the Soul Lands as no one and made yourself king by your own persistence and skill? I've heard so many stories, Your Highness. Your Highness, I wouldn't have taken this advice from anyone but you. For anyone but you, but I've just decided. I'm going to travel, and I hope not alone. We'll surely be able to earn a piece of bread together. Please take this. It's a relic my family received from an elven ancestor. According to the family legend, the one who deciphers the map will find 3 things. An incredibly sad secret, a true treasure, and a door that leads to another world, which will never open again. The entrance to a certain dungeon is marked there, but there's nothing to say where to go looking. You're king, with all the best scientists and travelers serving you. Surely you'll be able to read this map. Thank you again. Now I have to go. Moon has left our path. But now who can explain to me why the host didn't simply tell us, go to the dungeon located here? Why make us run around in circles? But let's have a look at this map. What do we have here? Why, I recognize this area around Canamere at first glance. There are ancient ruins in this area. The dungeon must contain the traces of very first gnomes to visit Golarion. Well, our goal is clear. Now we only need to achieve it. Okay. We need to now explore the area, I guess. Oh, we've got a library, nice. Oh, right. I'm right, yeah, no, I've got a grand library. What am I talking about? Grand library. Honestly, I'm going to explore this at a later date, but just know that it's really just it's just a lore area. Well, not a lore area, but it is a, it is basically the game's credit room. So that's where you're gonna find literally all the credits for the authors and all that. So if you're looking for anything interesting, that is the place to go. And when I say interesting, I mean it in the fact that if you want to find out who made the game and all that, that is the way to go. Alright, before I do go, let us see who... Alright, Door to Nowhere. Okay. We're going to take Jubolist with us for this. So we need to get him, and who we're going to replace. Monsoon. Monsoon is the damage dealer, so Jubolist is naturally the same. He's just a bona fide alchemist, specifically so. But I digress. It's not that big a deal. Alright, let's level up Jubolist because it's been a really long time since we have. We'll just boost up his statistics here and there. Nothing too crazy. Alright, it's really just a choice of what we'll level now. I'll just level up the low values, why not? get them somewhere. We could get weapon focus and bombs. Yeah, let's get weapon focus bombs. Why not? Stone Skin Communal is a natural choice. Yeah, let's go with that. Alchemist 14. Alright, let's see. We've got Curse Bombs, Infusions, Fast Bombs, Explosive Bombs. There's Feral Mutagen, which is interesting. No. Extend Potion would be pretty good. Any potion that the alchemist drinks functions as twice its normal duration. Okay, so if I drink a potion, then it's benefit there. Okay. Dispelling Bomb is pretty nice. Choking Bomb's option. Let's see. Alright, let's get Choking Bombs. That's actually really good. Instead of dealing damage, the bomb exposes the creature around it to choking gas. Yeah, that's pretty good. Blinding Bombs are nice, but no. The Nausea is basically a big debuff. I don't need to focus too heavily on it, but you know, it doesn't hurt to do it. Okay. What is the next spell that we want to select? Preferably a 5th level spell. Okay, I guess Spell Resistance is a good one. Alright, that's level 14, and now we just go to Candlemere. It'll take us 15 hours to get there, but that's fine. It is one trip I'm willing to make. Oh, Kingdom. Alright, the problem of that is sorted. Is there anything here that we can solve? Nope. So we will hesitate for now. Let us go to the area specified. Here we are. We do not want to enter Candlemere, but we're entering the cave from Luna's map specifically. And in we go. Alright, solid. From here... Oh. A flickering shadow stands before you, trembling and chanting something indistinct. In its silhouette, you barely recognize the figure of a gnome girl dressed in rags. No, we need to try again. The door will open. I promised them, I promised. Who are you, ghost? The ghost seems not to pay any attention to you. I promised them to open this door, to return everyone home. Bursting into a long and bleak laugh, the ghost makes a move as if she wants to run away, but then freezes and gives you an eerily attentive look. Who am I? I am Zay, a wizard. I am the one who brought everyone here. This place, once Lantern King himself opened a gate from his dominion to Galarium here. He abandoned this road, but I thought I could open the portal again, or ask for help from an eldest. Return all of us home. I was wrong. The door didn't open. We all lost our color one by one. So you're one of the gnomes from the First World. What happened to you? The ghost lets out a strange half moan and half dull laughter. I lived long life there in the First World. Many long lives I traveled, I created. I danced upon the edge of the abyss and fell into the clouds. I died to be born again with none of my strength and skills, but with all of the memories of the wonders I've seen. But eternity can become tedious even for the soul that's forever young. Many older gnomes suffered it even before we knew what the bleaching was. Sooner or later, there was not enough novelty anymore, so we all grew fascinated with a new game. Death. Once one of the eldest created it. Of course, he was just borrowing it based on his observations of the true gods. He drew a string from the river of souls and created his own little circle of births, deaths and judgments. Imitating the almighty Pharasma, he judged the souls that he owed and determined their further paths. It was so new, so exciting. Many gnomes volunteered. If not us, then who? But those who take from the goddess of death must be ready for the consequences. The Lady of Greys brought her wrath upon the creative eldest. He was stripped of his power and forever doomed to serve in her court. And we gnomes, we were torn from the first world and bound to the river of souls like all creatures of the material plane. Thereafter, we lived like the rest, died like the rest, and learned all the pain of the bleaching. Our game had become our reality, and no longer could we tire of its fun and return to another one. Jubilist looks at the ghost, shaken. It seems to be one of those rare moments that the gift of speech is lost to him. But this is not at all how I suppose it happened. Respected Zay, I understand that your conditions do not allow for long conversations, but perhaps you could tell me... The ghost listens to him with eerie attention. Of course I could. I could do many things. I tried many ways to open the portal. Everything except a sacrifice. A little blood would come in handy.
Ends here.
Well, that's not good. Alright. We'll get that. We'll get Steve in there. Apparently we got the concoction going. Interesting. Alright. Boom. Okay. Even more booba. It's a lot, but that's fine. The ghost freezes, holds herself by her shoulders, and sways back and forth, repeating over and over, I promised. I promised. I promised. That's a rather foolish performance, Little Ghost. You've staged a fine series of foolish performances. Playing the game of death, contacting the eldest, not knowing for his mercy, trying to open a door that leads nowhere. But who are we addressing? Greetings, Senator Armstrong, and of course you, most persistent of researchers. We see you solved our riddle. Jubilist folds his hands on his chest. We did. I might still fail to understand why you sent us the long way around instead of just telling us everything from the beginning. Some truths must be discovered to be known, or seen with your own eyes. The host nods at the pile of gnomes' bones and the shivering ghost. Is what Zay told us true? About the game of death and Pharasma's punishment? Yes. One of our eldest brothers thought he could steal from a deity, and the gnomes that answered his call thought they could play at death. Death decided otherwise. Is there a way to change what happened and help the gnomes? If there is, we know nothing of it. The eldest can do many things, but as you know, both know, it is not enough to confront a deity, especially one such as Pharasma. We have learned our lesson, and do not play with the toys of others. Does that mean that this was all in vain? Oh, of course not. The journey is often more important than the destination. Be satisfied with the secret you have won. The day I can simply be satisfied with something, I'll bleach. You say we learned our lesson, so you're also one of the eldest toast? Oh, we tried. We're tired of answering this question, and the many others that follow us. Or follow it. Ask us again next time. Especially since the next time for you will be one of the first times for us. Why are you here? The right question at last. As I suspect you have realized, there's no way to save all the gnomes from the bleaching. You cannot return them to the First World and restore their connection to the homeland. And even if there were a sufficiently desperate and powerful creature ready to do it, their actions would not be looked on as merciful by the Lady of Graves. Though it cannot be done at all, it can still be done for one. We are ready to offer this gift as a token of appreciation for your exciting adventure and your solutions to the riddle. Do you hear, Jubolist? You personally may become reconnected with the First World. You won't be entirely protected from death if you remain on Galarian, but you will forever be spared from the bleaching. Whenever you visit the First World, which we are where you desire passionately, then you'll be as immortal as any fae. Jubolists fixed his glasses nervously. It's the only chink in his nonchalant facade. If this gift cannot help the whole gnome grace, then I have no need of it. Of course, I'm not immune to vanity, but I've always been ready to share the burden of mortality with the others who bear it on their shoulders. I'll even keep wearing these stupid glasses. I'll survive without the immortality of the First World and face the bleaching when it comes, as all gnomes have done before me. Well, it's one of the most important decisions of... I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to take the neutral evil option here. Let me do a quick Google search to see if it affects anything before I say this. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, the guides are not as helpful as I had hoped. We need to look for specific quests. I guess I'm gonna go for the neutral option. Why not? Well, great. Can I receive Jubolist's gift instead? You know what? I'm gonna do it. You will have other opportunities to gain immortality, and the many problems that go along with it, Senator Armstrong. Let someone else prove themselves this time. Well, this is one of the most important decisions of your life. Do what you think is right. Then I'll hold true to my first instinct. I do not need this gift. We aren't easy to surprise, but you managed it. Very well. A rejection is a rejection, but gifts of the eldest are not so easy to withdraw from the world. They must find an owner somewhere, one way or another. So what should we do? To whom shall we grant what has been promised? Maybe the gift will help say. That exhausted ghost deserves some peace. That's a worthy idea. What do you say, host? Can you grant the ghost peace instead of giving me immortality and everything that goes along with it? 1,000-year-old old insane ghosts again? Well, why not? But we will do much more than simply give her peace. You'd be surprised how little difference there is between nowhere and here and now. She will open her door, just when she was always meant to. You have rejected a gift, Jubolists Narkvocal, but we will not leave you without any reward at all. We offer you a trifle, the chance to sometimes glimpse eternity in the corner of your eye, just as we do. Now you can remember the history of things. Those who wander searching for mysteries and ancient relics might find this skill useful. And now, farewell. When you finally succumb to the breaching, you may remember this moment. I wonder what you think then. Only time knows. Time will tell. Well, the fate of the gnomes, hard to say, but that's just how it be. Yeah, is there anything in a small room? No. Okay. Well, I think that's that.
I'm there.
As much as I'd like to continue, I've hit the 4-hour mark, and I don't exactly want to keep playing for any longer than I already have, so I'm going to call it here. Unfortunately, we have not reached the Rushlight Tournament. I'm still angry about that. I didn't expect this entire thing to be so long. But on the plus side, we've got like 30 days before we get into the Rushlight Tournament stuff, I think. Because the Ancient Curse finishes in 29 days, roughly. So, once that marker is hit, then we're basically golden to do whatever we want. But I digress. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. So, for those of you on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification if you want to see more stuff. I stream daily, so if you want to catch my streams, you can catch my streams in the link down below in the description. Or you can just check me up on FY Pawn. That's one of those two ways works, basically. If you are from Twitch, or those of you from YouTube coming to Twitch, follows are always appreciated. The more follows I have, the more content I can give you guys. Once that marker in the bottom left corner reaches 50 and I can get 3 concurrent viewers, or basically repeating viewers over the course of, you know, however long I keep streaming, I can potentially get affiliate status, which will allow me to give you guys more stuff to do. And that's the hope there, but we'll have to see how that goes. If you want to catch my older stuff, you can check my YouTube link. For those of you on Twitch, you can find it down in the description below. If you're from YouTube, you know where it is, so yeah. All you gotta do is click that YouTube button and it will take you to the link of my YouTube, but if not, you can just check up FY Pawn. I have all my stuff there. Should be fine. If you want to see my most recent stuff, you can check out my Twitch. It's all there. Usually lasts for 7 days, so if you want to find anything that's most recent, that is the best way to do so. And yeah, I think that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I'll see you guys next stream. Take care, everyone, and have a good day.